Hello and welcome to the September 11th HDC meeting. I'm Candace Leidy, HDC staff. For the applicants in the room or online, in case your case is later in the day, you do not need to attend the whole meeting. Staff sends out email updates throughout the meeting letting you know what case we're on. So watch out for those staff emails. We do want to respect everybody's time. So before we get into our workshop item, staff has a couple of announcements. Our first announcement is that City Council appointed Sarah Curran for the Dilworth seat and Cameron Holtz to the 4th Ward seat. So both of our new commissioners are in doing their orientation right now, but should be available for the October meeting. Okay. Our next announcement is the Leeper Wyatt building is going to be moved tomorrow at 7 a.m. So if anyone's up and eager to see a building move a couple of blocks, come on down. It should be an interesting watch. Also, we have the Urbies Awards, the Urban Design Center annual awards for nominating the People's Choice Award for Great Urban Design is now available and open on the city's website. So if you go to the city's website and search Urbies, you'll see the link for nominating for the People's Choice Award. So check out the link and nominate your favorite urban design. Our last announcement before our workshop item is the Donovan Rikma lecture is coming to town. The Landmarks Commission has a bunch of events that they do throughout the year for their adventure club. So one is actually a headstone cleaning, which is kind of cool. Then there's going to be a ghost tour in October, but the one that we're highlighting is the Donovan Rikma lecture. He is an economist that is an expert on positive economic impact of historic preservation. So that lecture is going to be on Thursday, October 24th at the Charlotte UNC Uptown DuBois Center. Let's see. So at 5 p.m. and then if you go to the Landmarks website, you can register to join the lecture. And that brings us to our workshop item. I think our workshop applicant is online. Angie, are you there?
I am.
Hi, I don't think, let's see.
Trying to start, there I am.
Yeah, are you able to turn on your camera?
It is on.
There we go.
Yeah.
I'm pulling open both of your packets, so let me know which one you want to start with.
Okay, well, thank you. Do I have to say my name and all the good stuff for this too, or no?
It would be nice if you did. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so Angie Lauer, ALB Design, and 901 Berry Hill Road in Charlotte. So I did want to start actually on this particular project, which the commission has seen previously from a previous application. I did want to start with the history of 1607 Dilworth Road, if we can. So, and thank you for this preliminary review for a workshop. What I wanted to do was kind of go over the evolution first, for just a few minutes, so everybody understands where we're coming from on this. And, you know, the house is a 1937, based on the nomination, 1937 Chateau-esque 2.5 story brick gable ended main gables. It has a variety of pitches, which is noted in the national, in the nomination. It does say that there were arched bays on each end of the gables, which right now there's only currently one, which is on the right end of the house. And so if you can flip to the next page. So looking at the history of this particular property and looking at the Sanborn maps, it does show that there is a footprint on the paper north side. I'm just going to use that for now, that it is a one-story something, and it has a porch on it. So it does show that there is an asphalt material on this one side, which is the triangulated side of the property. Next slide, if you will. We did find some historic photos of this house. I'm still digging for more, but you can see in this photo, and these are 1996 photos that we had archived. On the upper or the left side, you could see that there is a side porch. And in the current 2021 photo, you could see that there's been a pergola, the roof pit, the roof change happened here. Next slide. And we did also find an article from 1975 when Mr. Huberman owned this property, that they renovated this house extensively from the inside. So the article is dated August 14, 1975. It also states in this article that the house was on the Dilworth Jubilee that year, and it was the second year of the Jubilee. So we did find the entire article in the Charlotte Observer. What we don't have here is a clear photo of the left-hand side, although we do have documentation from the previous owner, Dr. Fisher, that the side porch was added by Mr. Huberman. We don't know that. I cannot confirm that. However, and the reason I'm saying this is there's an evolution point that I'm getting to. Next slide, if you will. This house has gone through many changes. And you can see here, Dr. Joel Fisher is standing on a front stoop that no longer exists. There is also on the upper left, or in the left-hand side of that slide, you can see a porch. It has a roof configuration that was changed by Dr. Fisher in 1996. And they removed the front porch that was added at some point in time between 1937 and 1996, right? So we know it's there, but it's not original. Next slide, please. So the next slide, we can see here the permit that we found, the documentation, the entire back of the property. They added a driveway. It was never there originally. So everything was kind of expanded at that time. Next slide, please. And again, the evolution, and the reason I say this, we do know that this porch, the footprint of the porch, where the columns are, the roof configuration, it does have a clipped gable hip configuration. The trellis was added, the beams were added, and also it's not the original that I think we think that it is. Or presented that it was. So I'm going to jump quickly to the presentation package, if you will. So what we wanted to present to you is to kind of get a pulse from the commission, because I believe there were previous comments on this about scale, massing, vertical or directional expression, roof forms. And so Candace, if you can just flip through this next slide. So the survey that we have, I'm sorry, go back one. So the existing survey, the way zoning perceives this, the front is actually Dilworth Road East, not west. Thus setbacks are a little different. I know that for purposes of the commission, we want it Dilworth Road West is the front, where the front door is. Zoning sees it a little differently, which we're okay with. Next slide, please, which takes me to the front elevation. So what we wanted to do was balance out in proportion. And I just want to see what the commission feels about this. We know it's non-binding, but rhythm and roof forms And massing is obviously the big ticket here. Also, next slide, please, which is I don't know what number slide this is, but so the triangulated view of what you see. So this original porch, and if you could zoom in a little bit into the existing left elevation, you can see that when Dr. Fisher renovated this, there is a beam and a corbel end, if you will, or the end of the rafters that actually hit the window on the left side of this addition. And we need to fix that. So there was also a balance in elevation. So roof form, still using the gable end in the proposed going up. And then in the proposed elevation, you could see that we're expanding that porch so that it's almost to the original front side. If you can go zoom out a little bit, Candace. Thank you. So we wanted to do a two-story addition. But we wanted to also take advantage of some of the views that it offers, because there's no other place on this property to do an addition vertically as well as to the left or to the right. So this was the opportunity. And keep in mind, there's an evolution of this house, you know, from what it said in the nomination to 1975 to 1996 to 2024. So we're trying to work with roof forms that are there, and then materials that are there. The openness or the glassiness, I believe was the terminology used, how open it is on the lower level to still create that porch effect, which we're not taking the porch away, we're just making it a little bigger. And then rotating the gable end. Next slide, please. So from the rear, also you could see that there's going to be a sleeping porch on the upper level. Can I also tell them, Candace, not to consider the third floor dormers? That's not part of this review.
Sure.
Okay, yeah, the third floor dormers are not part of this review at this point. So this is pretty much it. You know, to kind of get the pulse of the commission to see what other comments or feedback we have for scale, massing, proportion, fenestration, porches, I know is one of the comments that we had. So yeah, that's it. Just to show the evolution that it is, what you see is not the original porch. And so I just want to keep that and hone that in for the commissioners to understand that it has evolved from 1937 to 1975, 1996, and now 2024. And this is, I believe, only the fourth owner, the Spratt, the Hubermans, the Fishers, and now the Schraders. So, okay.
Thank you, Angie.
Yes.
Thanks, Angie. The only thing I'm gonna ask about is the immediate context, of course. Where are you pulling the idea of the two-story, adding the two-story porch, or two-story addition, excuse me, on top of the porch? That would be something, of course, we would want to know and want to understand.
So as far as context, one of the unique parts about this individual block is no two homes are the same. Every home has some unique feature. You know, the homes to the Dilworth Road east side, they're two-story colonial, Georgian, Tudor, you know, to Dilworth Road west side, they're two-story brick, some are cedar shake. So if it did not have a sleeping porch or a dormer to the back, it would just be a two-story, or, you know, a two-story structure with a roof. And we wanted to take advantage of that space under the roof, and it's only 6 feet tall, so it's not huge. You could see in here, it's only 6 feet, which is less than the height of a door. So it is not oversized in proportion. But if you're asking for context, we will provide other context, you know, if when we come before the commission full board. But right now, it's, you know, wrapping your head around, you know, it is 2-story, it is in proportion, it does have scale, it's not over massed, at least in our opinion. So we just would like some feedback and some guidance from commissioners.
Thanks, Angie. I think what you've presented here is, there's been significant improvement to the previous application as far as architectural detailing and some of the things that we requested, like massing and scale and all that sort of stuff. I think for me personally, I still struggle with, the fact that we're dealing with a 2-story, or in this case, 2.5-story situation or addition, where before we were dealing with a 1-story, basically enclosed porch. And, I think in the previous reviews, we mentioned obviously this being on a corner lot, heavily exposed with both Dilworth Road streetscapes. It makes a huge impact on just the scale and massing of this house. So, me personally, I don't know how to get past that aspect of it. I think you do improve some things with the eave lines and things, but that's going to be a challenge for me. I think with these 2-story, estate style homes, usually when we have the porches that are added onto and that sort of thing, we usually try to keep those at 1-story or 1.5-story. So I'd explore that, look to the neighborhood, as you well know, for historic examples of where, examples like this 2-story, 2.5-story additions have been made. I think I'd be more comfortable. I know you mentioned the dormer on the main part of the house. Don't take that into account. I'm more comfortable seeing that than the 2.5-story addition above.
And I appreciate that feedback on it. And I think if if it just had a dormer to the back and it wasn't open, so on the front, previously you guys looked at it and I believe it was an open railing and it was out of scale, different style, adding that gable to the front, that balances out the gables on the front elevation. So, the only difference is the style of dormer that's on the back. Otherwise, and this is very similar to a project that we had done on Charlotte Drive, where, we had said, hey, finish out what was over the original porch, extend the entire roof over the whole house. Don't break it up. Well, here we felt like we did need to scale it down, right? Like instead of continuing that ridge line over and creating a 2-story addition over an existing porch, where it is scaled down and it does kind of follow the standards of scale. And that scale is not how big it is, but how it scales to the site and to human scale. So
I see what you're saying, Angie. I mean, just for me, and I'll let some of the other commissioners comment. To me, we're still taking a 2.5-story house and extruding it and adding on this mass on the end and just making the overall feel and mass of the house that more extensive. So, I appreciate what you're doing with that and somewhat agree that, it adds a level of balance, but I think, just for even more successfully having the porch on the side adds sort of that, balance or even tension between, the overall main part of the house versus this appendage that's on the side. This to me looks like we're taking a 2.5-story house and extending it out.
okay. I don't know that I do have some concern that not being able to, and we've done studies, if it was just a 1-story with a roof and a dormer, it didn't look right. Like it just looked completely out of balance. So it was almost like a forced look. And I know that we'll, present more when we get to full commission. I know this is just feedback and it is non-binding, but having done studies where the roof line's lower, the eave line's lower, it changes the how the house appears. That changed it even more than keeping it in the Chateau-esque, Tudor-esque style of architecture that it is. So, but I do appreciate that feedback, Chris. Thank you.
Other commissioners, feedback for Angie? Commissioner Lineberger?
Angie, thank you for coming before us and doing the workshop. We certainly wish more people would take advantage of this opportunity because it could save a lot of work later. So we appreciate that you're doing this. I agree with Commissioner Barth's comments, so I won't go into that detail. And I know you said not to consider the dormer on the back, but I want to just comment anyway, because we saw it and we can't unsee it. Yeah. I do think, just as you're working through the design, for me, that scale, that is an issue with scale and massing, just the sheer size of that. So just as a caution. I wanted to comment on that. And then also, I just wanted to ask about the difference in the windows. I'm just trying to remember from the previous application. The window, is it just on the drawings that the drawings vary, or the windows really are single pane, double hung, single light, double hung?
Yeah, so that's what's there. So the previous documentation did not have them accurately portrayed. So as you see them is what's there. So some on the front have window muttons, some don't. On the side, some do, some don't. So this is existing, and this was from the previous owner, Dr. Fisher. And so those are exactly as you see them in all the photographs. I know.
Yeah. Well, as you know, we like to bring things more in compliance with the standards versus not.
I understand.
We would really like to see those being more compliant and being more consistent.
I will discuss that with the owners and take that into consideration. So now the windows down below are 1/1. They are what was there done in 1975, I guess, between 1975 and 1978 when the nomination was done. So we don't know what was there prior. We don't know if it was, because we do know it had a roof. We do know it says it had a bay on that side. Don't know what that bay was. But the windows on the lower level are 1/1 of various sizes. So, and to create that openness, we stuck with the 1/1 on the first level.
Thank you, Angie.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anything else, feedback, please tell us now.
I have nothing to add. I'm in full agreement with my fellow commissioners about the massing and the context.
Thank you, Kim.
Hi, Angie. Commissioner Sullivan here. Just in the spirit of providing feedback in looking at the Dilworth Road front, the Dilworth Road front elevation. I haven't seen the right side of the house, but in this image, there looks to be a side gable projection and then a bay that projects again on the main level, and that kind of sets up a subordinate scale for those two elements to the main block of the house, which could potentially be a way of looking at the other expansions that are being considered.
You do have the right elevation in your packet, or actually, it's in here. The next slide. One more, right there. And they are various pitches, just FYI. So the house is described with varying pitches, but this is what you see on the right side. Okay.
Yeah, that was my only comment.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan.
All right.
Wait, positive. I remember seeing this application and I believe the two-story addition was full brick. Kudos in helping to break up the massing by using a different material.
And thank you, Kim, because that, so what we see from a 1970s porch addition, it does have lap siding originally on the below the windows. But once you got to the windows, there is no siding. And then in 1996, Dr. Fisher changed the band, the roof, those outriggers, he clipped the roof, added details that were not there. So it kind of went more Tudor than Chateauesque, which is the way it's described in the nomination. So we felt like siding was the appropriate material because the addition that you see where the little door is on the back, that is a stucco panel. That's not original because we did that years ago with Dr. Fisher. So stucco was not the original, wait, maybe it was original to the house, but not that we could tell. So, but it is siding from a 1970s edition at some point in time. And two, I do want to remind folks to please look at the Sanborn map, because on that Sanborn map, it shows that this porch went from front wall to back wall. And there is that is a documentation that was used in the fire maps. And it shows the entire length of that left side of the house being a porch, not just a portion of it. And then over time, it was extended to the front and around the front left-hand side. And then in 1996 was removed. So it's evolved over time. And that was the point that we're trying to bring home to the commission, is that it did change. It's not the original. And, it's, from year to year, if we look at from 1937 to 1975, that's 38 years, something happened. 1975 to 1996, 21 years, Dr. Joel Fisher. And it stayed that way from 1996 until now, which another 28 years. So
Angie, thank you so much. I'm sorry. We have to.
we got to go. Yeah.
Thank
Okay. Well, we appreciate it. Thank you. I'm sorry I went 9 minutes over.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys. See you later.
Thank you, Angie.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
All right.
Okay, we are going to get started with our regular HTC meeting. Welcome to the September 11th HTC meeting. Chair Hawkins, take it away.
All right. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the September 11th, 2024 meeting. I'm Nichelle Hawkins, HGC Chair, and I call the meeting to order at 1:10 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Chris Barth, Krista Lineberger, Kim Parati, Sean Sullivan, Brett Taylor, Scott Whitlock, who are present in the meeting room. Also present are HTC staff Candace Lighty, Marilyn Draft, Jen Baer, Elizabeth Lammy, JC Fawcett, Nicole Hewitt, Assistant City Attorney, Jill Sanchez Meyer, Senior Assistant City Attorney, Candy Thomas, Court Reporter. I would like to start by acknowledging that the commission has resumed in-person meetings. However, as a continuing health and safety precaution, the commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using a remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please make sure you are on camera, using a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, either computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking, or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design standards. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having a hard time hearing or understanding. Are there any questions?
Okay. Our first application is 2401 Charlotte Drive. The proposed project is a new brick front stoop covered by an open front gable. The roof will be supported by 2 square posts and crossbeam. The fascia and gutters will match existing. The proposed materials are traditional to match existing, and the project is completely reversible. An image of the current property is on slide 5. And we have a site plan on slide 8. with a detail of the front steps. And on page 9, we have elevation drawings and photographs of existing versus the proposed. We have no online callers. Staff is recommending approval with the recommendations on slide 2.
All right, commissioners, any commissioner object to this application remaining on the consent agenda? Okay, hearing no objections, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. I make a motion to approve this project as it is not incongruous with the district and it is completely reversible. It meets Secretary of Interior standards and the design standards for additions and new construction in Chapter 6. And with the following conditions, that the all-new brick will remain unpainted. The downspout is to be run on the sides of the new posts, and the post beam, fascia, and any other trim details shall be painted to match the house trim.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, hearing none, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes, vote to approve passes 7-0.
Thank you. Our next case is 1829 Cleveland Avenue, and staff member Jen Barr is going to present this case. All right, so this application is for a new front door, new front steps, and other site work at 1829 Cleveland Avenue. And this first page of the presentation lists each of those different parts of the application. On page 3, we have the staff recommendation. Staff is recommending approval of the project with a few conditions that are listed here. Then on slide 7 are the existing and proposed site plans. You can see some of the site work here at the front of the building and along the right side of the building. Then slide 8, we have the existing and proposed front elevation, where you can see the front door and front step replacement. Slide 9 has the existing and proposed right elevations. Slide 10 has some of the details of the new front door and front steps. And then on slide 11, there's some additional details. And then I'm just pulling up the staff recommendation again with those conditions. And we do not have any callers for this case. Thank you.
All right, commissioners, any one of you object to this remaining on the consent agenda? Okay, hearing none, do we have a motion?
That we approve this application. Project is not congruous with the district. It meets the Secretary of Interior standards, the design. Rehabilitation. and Standards for Private Sites, Chapter 8, with the following conditions: all brick to remain unpainted, provide a tree protection plan from a certified arborist for the 10-inch and 18-inch willow oaks in the front yard, and work with staff on all staff approvable site changes.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Whitlock, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Sullivan. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to approve passes 7-0.
Thank you. Our next application is 325 West Summit, also 1521 South Mint, South Corner Lot. This project is the reaffirmation of a previously approved project. The main change in this project and what we're reaffirming is the location of the dumpsters and the screening originally placed at the rear of 1501 South Mint Street. The dumpsters are staying in the same location. They're just being pushed back. And also, it's being extended a little at the rear for a new cooler system. The project will be screened with fence. The applicant has also requested an additional screening of the cooler. Staff does not feel that that is necessary. It's so far back and it's towards the rear that the proposed 8-foot fence should be able to screen the cooler and the dumpster area. We do not have any online call. This is a site section showing a person standing across the street. Their line of sight is not, is beyond the cooler and the fence. So it should be not too visible. And this is the front elevation and the side elevation. So the dumpster would be back in this rear corner. We have no online callers. Staff is recommending approval with conditions that are listed on page 2 of the memo, slide 2 as well.
All right. Any commissioners object to this remaining on the consent agenda? All right, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. Make a motion to approve this applicant. I'll make a motion to approve this applicant. It meets the standards of 8.9 with conditions that all screening panels have one piece of trim across the top, that they do not add the additional screening above that 8-foot line. And I think that's it. Yep.
Okay. All right. Motion made by Commissioner Taylor, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Whitlock. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to approve passes 7-0.
Thank you. We will now move into our regular agenda items. 424 through 224 through 236 West Kingston Avenue. I believe the applicant is in the room. Just for the record, this project was deferred by the applicant at the last meeting due to time. It was towards the end of the night and it wouldn't have been proper to start this proposal since it's a large project. So the applicant deferred to this month. This project is the proposed project is the construction of 6 new multifamily structures. And Eric, if you could say your name and address, if everyone can say their name and address. You've been sworn in, correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Say your name and address for the court reporter and let me know what slide you'd like to start on.
Eric Weiner, 2439 Wilkinson Boulevard, Charlotte, and I'm with Intech Group.
Sure. William Haygood III, Boundary Street Advisors, 301 West Tremont.
Thank you. You can proceed with your.
Great. Thank you. Wanted to speak to you. Good afternoon, HTC. Wanted to thank you for this opportunity to present to you. I represent the family that have owned this property for the last 30 years in Wilmore, the Greer family. At Boundary Street, I'm the managing partner, and part of our mission is to represent families that are underrepresented or don't know necessarily how to maximize or get the potential out of their land. And so that's what the Greer family is here to do, is just collaborate with the HTC and find out what they can do. So they had owned land there for years and have done everything that has been asked of them. Their land has been before this commission before through developers. The family is doing this development for a legacy project. And so again, the theme is collaboration and finding out what is permissible at this site. So what we've hired Eric and his team for is to do just that. And so to gain your feedback and help this family develop something that they can keep in their family for a legacy project and honor the neighborhood of Wilmore. Thank you much.
Appreciate it, William. As William mentioned, this has gone to the commission a couple of times. Prior, we were not involved. William was not involved, and the landowners weren't involved. And so we'd like to thank the commission. If you recall, we've been to 2 HDC workshops back in the fall. It's been a year now with the process, but we're happy to have that, gotten the feedback from that, and worked with Christina and Candace over the last couple of years to try to really learn from the past mistakes of the developers and what they were trying to achieve. So hopefully we're on a path to doing that. So without further ado on that,
Hi, Eric. Could you make sure to speak up and into the mic?
yes, sorry. So as you can see, we'll just get going into this. Materiality, we'll get into this more later. I think we're here more for massing and that sort of thing today, but we do plan to just note to the commissioners, follow all the materiality of the neighborhood, the red brick, the lap siding, and shingles to match, as well as JELD-WEN sightline windows. We've paid attention to try to be careful with the verticality and stuff, and that's probably coming in later meetings. Next slide. So as the commission is aware, the site was demolished previously under different applicants and has been before you under different applicants. It's very near the corner of Tryon in Kingston, but there is the existing stop and go on the hard corner that will probably be redeveloped into a tower based on what we've heard, but that's coming in the future probably. And then you get into the neighborhood. obviously right adjacent to it with the single family home. Next slide. So as we definitely want to look at the context for what we're doing here as I change kind of holistically, what is the context of this neighborhood? One of the things about this that's a little bit unique is the site was previously a multi-family site and is planned to be, and really the only contextual example is 241 West Kingston, which you can see in the upper right corner, which is located across the street from it. As you can see, and you'll see later on, and presented in the workshops, we kind of highly leverage that building as our example and model to go from. Not only is it a great example and the only one we have, but we really enjoy how it presents pedestrian friendly to the neighborhood with the large 10-foot deep front porches and just kind of the experience of that and the details of that. Next slide. So here you can see some of those details that I was referencing, the usable 10-foot deep porches from back in the day. Some of the patterns, as you can see, is that central spoke pattern that is in the railing, giving it a little bit unique character. I guess one of the only disappointing things about this example is that they did paint the brick at some point white. Obviously, we aren't proposing to paint the brick with ours, but that is a difference. Next slide. So you can see we've studied the step backs here, and as some of our learning from prior applicants, it's important to note too, and I'm sorry, I should have noted this maybe even a slide before, that we do have the conditional zoning that was approved years ago by a prior applicant. We're trying to follow that. And as you're aware, conditional zoning, we have to follow the footprints and everything that is given in that conditional zoning. So that's set up our footprints for these buildings as we're following that. So you can see the step backs. I believe we're in line with the context of the neighborhood. We're stepping back from the stop and go back towards the existing house there, plan left there. So we're giving the distance from the thermal wall, and then we have the 10-foot porches out beyond. And so you can see that our last, in the front, our last building does step back to it. And if you look across the street, that's also consistent just with the pattern of the neighborhood where the corner is closer, and as you go down the street, it is step backed into it. So you aren't going to see much of, if you look back towards Tryon from the other way, you aren't going to see much of that side building other than the porch protruding out, which is consistent with what happens across the street. Next slide. And this is just an analysis of obviously the spacing between these properties, is an important contextual feature. So we're studying that. And I think we're definitely in the range of the examples shown. If you look both immediately adjacent and then across the street, everything's kind of that 12 to 20 range. I think the only difference we do have is we do need to have that entry aisle, which that one gets to be 31 feet. But otherwise, we're right in the range of it. Next slide. This is that conditional zoning that I mentioned. And obviously, this is a lot of fine print that can't read on the slide here. But as you probably know, we are held to this conditional zoning strictly, everything shown on this page beyond what you have, including the footprints of the buildings, which is important, and the number of units and that sort of thing. So next slide. This is just the existing blank site at this point. Next slide. So here you can see our site plan, where we've also given you kind of, when we talk about context, is spacing, setbacks, and then obviously width, depth, and height. So here we're looking at the widths, heights, and depths and giving a summary on that. As we know, with 6 buildings, it gets a little confusing and more to do than some other projects. So that is a summary on this page. Next slide. So this is kind of where, and we talked about this, if you remember way back a year ago in the workshops, this is kind of where we started, is studying this 241 West Kingston that is the multifamily example in the neighborhood, and looking at that. And it pretty well, we started with building B when we went before you, and this one really directs most closely to that example, as you can see, just with the large pedestrian-friendly 10-foot deep occupied full porches, and then the window patterns, heights, gables, etc. And obviously the difference materiality is the red non-painted brick other than the example. Next slide. This is a study of just the massing compared to the context. And in our review with Christina, and also going back over the notes of prior applications for this project, one of the things we was really stressed and we looked at is how these buildings step down from the stop and go to the single family home you see there on the left. So that is one of the things we've really done. Is you can see we've gone from a bigger massing, taller, to middle being the middle, and then the one next to the house we're stepping down. There's kind of a flow to how we do that, but yet a relationship between everything. Next slide. This is just a sketch example showing the streetscape view, and not getting into details, but showing how you can see it stepping down and then stepping back as far as step back wise, as well as you can see the character the front porches give and how that relates to 241 West Kingston. And you can see its kind of place on Tryon, where it's transitioning to the higher hotel, and the context around it, as well as the single family home next to it. So next slide. So these are some elevation studies of this massing. Like I said, we have tried to carry over details from that 241 West Kingston, also carry over details between the buildings while also making them unique, as well as stepping down and trying to fit the context. So you can see that building A is a full floor shorter, but yet still picks up on the cues of the other buildings. And building C, in the conditional rezoning, that is a triplex, which width-wise maybe gets a little challenging. We've tried to break that up so it's 2 units and then 1 unit to the side, set back, and also massed differently to break that apart, as well as the porch for that is different as well, to add some break in there and not have that read as just one solid mass, 3 units wide. And then you can see the drive access in the middle. Next slide. These are the rear buildings on the site. There's 3 buildings in the back of the site as well. That's always been a part of the conditional rezoning and part of the applications before you. I understand from notes, reviewing the notes and talking to Christy, that I don't think this board ever got to the back buildings actually reviewing them or talking about them much. So obviously we want to make more projects and get to more progress and get to a successful project here than those past applicants. So it'll be important to touch on those at some point. We follow a lot of the same logic from the front. Obviously, these buildings aren't visible from the street, but we still want to follow the same general character, as well as find ways to break down the massing as well. So these also, while this is I guess technically the back of these buildings, because depending on how you look at, because they do have the garage access, we've designed them to be more fronts of buildings with the porches, and again, just really kind of treating it like a pedestrian environment. Next slide. So this gets into the, as you know, we have 6 buildings here, so we did have to give the elevations for each one. So I'll try to, they're all fairly similar, and for the sake of time, I think I'm just going to quickly go through them. I'll probably provide less detail as we go through them. This is the smaller building in the front, as you can see highlighted in blue, and stepping down to the building next to it. So you can still see it does have the steps up, it does have the porch, but is a whole floor shorter. Next slide. The side view, we have tried to give 3D views of these, since I know these can be hard to visualize, and we do have 6 of these different buildings. So hopefully this helps as we talk about this further with you guys. But again, you can see the character in it. Next slide. And this is the back. Next slide. This is our example where we're stepping up similar to 241 West Kingston with the steps to the usable balconies, the multiple stories, the presence on the street, all occupiable space outside, the vertical gridded double hung windows, the brick, the different roof lines picking up on that character. And we're just trying to have a verticality to this as well as a symmetry to it. Next slide. And again, same building, but you can see the side views, which we've tried to keep fairly simple, straightforward, line things up, as well as we do have a side porch, as you can see on that. Next slide. And then transition to the back of it with the drives, and that is more simple yet characteristic than neighborhood. Next slide. This is the building closest to the Stop and Go. This is the one that is 3 units wide on the front, presents a bit of a different challenge. You can see that the far right side of it is the 2 units, as I mentioned earlier, kind of presenting similar, but then we've changed the materiality on the left side as well as stepped it back and changed how the porch presents to break up that massing. So it's not doesn't present as wide as it could. Next slide. And then you can see again the 3D here with the drive entry as well as the side of that. As with the drive entry, we did want to make the corner of that drive a bit more prominent. Just have a feature there ever so small as part of that transition on the side. Next slide. And then this is the side and the Stop and Go side. And we really did, again, we used a similar feature because we really want to hold that corner on the Stop and Go side, since that will be visible and kind of entry to Tryon before the Stop and Go ever gets redeveloped. Next slide. These are the back buildings, which you've seen before, just in different detail. I'll probably just skip over this. I think you can see it, but this is the massing and similar details with the garages below and a little bit of grade change. On the back here, I should note that these are Juliet balconies on the back, so not actual balconies, but just a feature so that people can open their French doors, as well as it's got that same kind of spoke and gate detail that you see on the front elevation carried over just for a little character, but those are Juliet balconies. Next slide. And then these are just the breakdowns of elevations that are required on those, but I know this is a lot of information at just one meeting, so probably go through these pretty quick. But you can see, again, we've used the porches and stuff. And even though these have garages, I think it's fairly successful as making a place and being pedestrian friendly and the character of it. Next slide. Next, and these are the garage details with the character, double hung windows. We're proposing the Jeld-Wen Sightline series, which we know has had success with the committee in the past. Double hung, try to keep with the verticality of the windows. I think we just have the one smaller one that's a little bit different, and lining things up across the project with the windows. Next slide. Some typical column details. Again, these are mainly taken from 241 West Kingston as an example. So we've tried to stick true to that massing and scale and size of those details. Next slide. And the detail of that porch, which you can see is the 10 feet. We definitely wanted to get to a usable front porch on that. That was important to the project. Next slide. And then obviously the elevations and how it relates to the street, and the height and everything we have set to 241 West Kingston is our example of that. The building that is by the stop and go, we did go just to get that massing to read as kind of two separate buildings almost. We did go a little, I believe, another 2 feet higher with its ridge than 241 West Kingston. So that might be something to talk about. Next slide. And this is just site plan. Again, similar to the conditional rezoning. Next slide. And that's it. So we really look forward to getting the committee's feedback, especially likely on massing and form as we move forward in the process here. Thank you.
We do have some callers. I think we have an unknown caller. Unknown caller, if you're calling about 224 through 236 West Kingston Avenue, can you please state your name and your comments?
That may be Miss Greer, who was going to be here, Mr. and Mrs. Greer in their 80s and didn't know if they could, be in the meeting that long. So they're listening in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Grant Bocci. Grant, are you?
Babbage. Grant Babbage, that's right.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Okay. And I believe I have some supplement information from you pulled up. If you could state your name and address for the court reporter.
Yeah, Grant Babbage at 239 West Park Avenue.
Okay. And you've been sworn in, correct?
I have not, no.
All right. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, thanks for having me. I'm Grant Babbage, owner and resident at 239 West Park Avenue, which is an important single family home here as it backs up to the development site. And before I start, I'd like to note that I have the support of the neighbors who own the other 3 lots that back up to the development site and objecting this proposal. That's Tim Cavins of 243 West Park Avenue, Luke Neely of 235 West Park Avenue, and then Brendan O'Connor of 231 West Park Avenue. And then through broader conversations throughout the neighborhood, people are not very happy about what's being proposed here. And so I just need a couple minutes here, given the violations appear to be very clear, but the proposal has, very significant disruption of context to Wilmore, and notably to a gateway location here. West Kingston's particularly important because it serves as the broad main street through historic Wilmore, as, you know, specifically identified within the historic guidelines. And it's a gateway through the historic neighborhood. And this proposal would remove any historic context with really no precedent for this kind of context or scale. And this would forever change the gateway into Wilmore. And the neglect of context here is very clear. Firstly, the design standards set the immediate context for such a multifamily project as the 360-degree view. And regardless of use, the design of new buildings needs to fit within that historic context. And it's, you know, very clear the broader 360-degree view was neglected as it relates to a number of things here. And not only changes the historic relevance of the neighborhood, but also severely impacts the rear contiguous lots that back up to the property on West Park Avenue, which I'm one of those owners. Now, this neglect of the entire 360-degree view has a number of implications as these guys seem to be, you know, more focused on the density maximization piece of it versus, you know, preserving the context of the neighborhood. Again, no reference to those lots within this proposal, and these lots are most directly impacted by that crammed rear setback, the rear balcony and window placement with 10 balconies and 28 windows looking directly into these residences' homes. And the rear buildings tower over the front buildings in this proposal that they're presenting today, which, you know, has no form in the neighborhood as it exists today. And this will ultimately all, you know, remove a lot of privacy for these residents. And then the proposed plan would be visible from West Park Avenue, given, you know, how far up to the property line it's being proposed, you know, disrupting the context of another important historic Wilmore thoroughfare. And then the proposal also fails to show the street view from West Kingston, which would show the taller construction of the rear buildings and the impact that would have on West Kingston, again, the main thoroughfare into the neighborhood. And then, you know, the focus on density maximization and not the historic preservation is also clear through the below grade first floor entrance and the removal of nearly all green space and the failure to have residential driveways extend to the rear of the building. Again, all elements that, yes, add density for this developer, but, you know, strip the neighborhood of its historic context. If you compare this proposal to those of the past that were all denied for the reasons I'm bringing back up today, it's almost offensive how little work they've done here to understand the history of the site. I think they're, again, just trying to start with as much as possible here, which I don't think this is, you know, the place for that. The violations are clear. The proposal ignores a lot of the issues previously presented by the commission in past denials. And so I hope you all stick to the standards and precedent here and don't let something like this negatively change the neighborhood forever and ruin the historic gateway and the privacy of several historic residents, which, again, all four of these lots are an objection to this proposal today. Thank you for the floor, everyone.
Thank you, Grant. And just for the record and to the commission, any evidence brought before you that the person is not here is considered hearsay. So if anybody else is on the line that would like to make comments, that's fine. But Grant's comments are his own comments. Thank you. I don't believe we have any other callers, though.
Okay. All right. Commissioners, questions?
Oh, I was just going to make a staff note as well. Since this is a very large, complex project, you may want to stick to the front three structures at this point of the game. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Agreed. I am curious to hear your feedback based on the comments Grant had to make.
You want to go first?
We thank Grant and Mr. Papovich for his feedback. I don't agree with him understanding what the owners intent is. And I don't believe that's fair. I'm glad you pointed out, Candace, about talking about neighbors that weren't present. We have had the president and vice president Wilmore on the site, but they're not here. So not speaking for them. Also believe that it is look to understand for the family around gateways. I think there are a lot of thoroughfares through Wilmore. It's a very visible uptown neighborhood being Mint and Wilmore Drive itself. He's also mentioned an exhibit, which is James Scruggs' project, which is off of West Boulevard, which isn't in our 360 view, but I would love to spend a lot less time spending on his opinion about our project and what our landowners should do with their land, and spend the time that we've paid for in talking about what our project presents and what we can actually do. Again, this is a collaborative effort that we are here to find out what we can do and not defend ourselves against, such accusations.
Okay. All right. So let's do that. Let's get into it. Let's start high level, which is context. Thank you so much for providing 241 West Kingston as, I guess, your inspiration for the buildings. I would like to start with Building A. Thank you for stepping down the buildings as you get closer to the one-story homes and the smaller homes, and building up as you get closer to the gateway of Wilmore. So let's start with A, which is the closest example that we'll get to the precedent that you've provided. Just out of curiosity, and I know you've provided the height on of 241, which is, so I don't have to scroll through and find it. What is the height?
The ridge is at 738 point.
And if you'll speak up so I can hear you and the rest of us can, that would be great. Thank you.
Apologize. 28'9", ridge at 73'9".
I'm so, one more time, please, sir. And
Oh, I'm sorry,
yeah.
241.
241, yes. What's the height of 241 West Kingston from grade to ridge?
It is 32'2".
32.2. And what is the width of that building?
The width is 35.
35. Okay. So for our Building A, the height of that is,
28'9".
and the width,
The width is 40
40.
for the conditional rezoning.
Right. And just for the record, we trump the Historic District Commission in our guidelines, our standards trump anything that zoning has. Okay. So I want people who don't understand that to know. So we have 28'9" height with a width of 40 feet. Whereas the house that we're looking at, which is arguably the largest multifamily within our streetscape, correct?
It is the only multifamily within the streetscape.
32.2 in terms of height and 35 feet. So scaling wise, contextually, this one, 241, is smaller than the one that Building A, which is our smallest out of all of the buildings, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so contextually, we've seen applications for this particular site, and it is clearly a challenge because I think that we've seen developers try and get density that I believe is required for them to make it make sense. And that's been the fly in the ointment, if you will, because what is required by our body is to preserve the historic nature of the streetscape, which flies in the face of what it seems like almost every developer on this piece of land wants to do. So that's first and foremost. When we're looking at even the scale of building A next to single family, we look for like foundation lines to line up, eave lines to line up. And that is not the case here with building A. Building A, which is 5 feet wider, has a lot more complexity on its front elevation with doors and windows than we do at 241. So this is just a tip of the iceberg. I'll bring this up during deliberation. Would you like to speak to building A, which is arguably your most simplistic building out of all of the ones that you're proposing? Will you speak to how, given what we've discussed so far about building A, it fits within context of 241 West Kingston Avenue?
Yeah, please do, Eric. But before you do that, I do want to do something for the record. This is not a developer. This is the family. So when we're referring to it, it's a landowner trying to develop on their own property. She has built daycares over the last 40 years, started when she was in her 40s and now 80s. And this is what she plans to do. So it's not a developer. That's the good thing. So we're not going to trying to meet you know, some IRR of a developer. This is a landowner trying to develop her own property. But respectfully, you know, appreciate that. Again, we're trying to collaborate. So it's one that we're trying to learn. We've spoke to Dave Pettin and referenced to zoning and last year, and we wanted it to be a collaborative effort. And it sounds as if this trumps anything in zoning. So we're learning as we go. But Eric, you definitely like to speak with, you know, in reference to our buildings.
So I guess I'll speak to A. We have tried to line up the, there is elevated porches and the eave lines. I will say, if you look, Kingston does step, there's grade change across the site. So there is stepping of the site, property to property, and you can see that all the way down the site. So we've tried to keep that close. And I think you can see that in the elevation where the porch is at a pretty similar level. While the eave line is slightly taller, you know, it's from the grade change and stepping and rhythm with the street, how it is. I will say there is slightly more complexity, obviously, in our building A than the one adjacent to it, but I don't think the level of complexity is outside the scope of the 360-degree view when you look at some of the other houses. And one of the things we were trying to do is, like I said, we were trying to step down the height and the size of building A. And I think if you look, we've also stripped out some of the complexity from building B too. And if you look at building B, the level of complexity is I'd say a pretty solid match for 241 West Kingston across the street. Does that help?
I asked specifically about A because we have a number of buildings, so I just want to start with that one.
Yep. I was just trying to explain contextually how it goes from B to A. So A is less complexity than B, leading to the building next door.
Okay, let's talk about the other buildings. Let's talk about the first three, B and C. Within the context of the streetscape, because they only get taller and as we're getting to the gateway of the neighborhood, will you explain how it fits within those other buildings, B and C, fit within the context of the one that you've used, which is 241 West Kingston? If you'll delve into that a little bit more.
Sure. I think, as you can see, we kind of started with B as our set point with the most direct relation to 241 West Kingston as far as height. I will agree that we are 4 feet wider than that building. Just can I give it where we're at? But I believe that's in the percentages of contextually, and as well, the property next to 241 West Kingston 235 is wider. That one is 43 feet wide, and while I understand it has a different form and a mass, you know, this is a neighborhood of different forms and masses of buildings, but I feel like we're in that range where we're at 40, you know, our example building is 35, the building next to it's at 43, and we're at 40. So we're just trying to fit a good balance in there.
Understand. And the reason I bring these questions up, or I bring this topic up, Eric and William, is because we look at things holistically, right? So it can be shorter than the building that you're using as precedent, but if it's wider, if it's more complex, the massing, the scale from the pedestrian point of view is going to feel a lot more impeding, a lot more intrusive to the streetscape than the buildings that are currently there. So the more complex, the more windows, the more doors, the more roof pitches, all of that, along with the height as well as the width. And actually, in the interest of being helpful, let's turn to the standards. Let's see here, 6.9. So 6.9 talks about height and width specifically. And number one, the height and width of a new building must be compatible with historic buildings within a 360-degree range of visibility of the new building. That's a contextual thing. And I don't believe that this does that. When you look at the graphs on 6.9, this is what we're looking for. This is what we're looking at when we are reviewing this development. Let's see here. Design, number 3. Design new buildings to respect the existing width of original structures in the district. The width should be no more than 10% of the average width of other historic buildings within the subject block. Larger apartment buildings or newer dwellings that do not have historic significance should not be included with this calculation. And then it goes on from there. So that is just one thing that I would point to say that when we're looking contextually, we're not looking at height or width. We're looking at height and width and complexity of form. And so again, this is something that will come up in our deliberation. Building A, I think, is building in A and B are closest to 241 than the other buildings that you've proposed by far. So that's why I'm starting with those.
Yep, that's fair enough. And that's kind of where we started too. And, you know, I feel like we can go through numbers. I'm not trying to be argumentative, but we felt like we were within the 10%
Sure.
on those two, on the width and the height. And then the level of complexity, we felt it compared to 241 West Kingston. So like
But-
I said, I'm sorry, I was saying the complexity, we also felt aligned with 241 West Kingston. At least that was what we were trying for.
A really quick question. To that point of the context, the height and width that was just read, is the average of the historic buildings in the immediate context. When you did the average of the historic buildings in the 360-degree view, what was that number?
I apologize, but we haven't done that calculation yet. We based it on the two that I said, 241 and its neighbor, as that's the immediate context across. And then Christy cautioned us that we really should be looking at the right or wrong. We should be looking at the multifamily example that's across the street. So that's why we focus so heavily on it. It's not that we didn't look at the other ones or disregard them. We certainly did not. However, we understood that to be the contextual example that's most relevant to our particular project.
But it's historic buildings in a 360-degree, and that's important because if you took the average of that, then these buildings, we probably would not be having a conversation about the massing, the height and width of the new buildings. So as Commissioner Parati mentioned, we would encourage going back and making sure that you do that assessment of the historic buildings in the immediate context.
In all fairness, I will say that it is an apples to apples comparison. So we do single family to single family and multifamily to multifamily. Still, you are having to respect the houses that are directly adjacent to your property. However, you are right to look at 241. And even looking at 241, because it's multifamily to multifamily, because you are there right beside single family, and again, we're starting there, to then kind of, for lack of a better way to put it, blow the proportions of 241 out the water. I mean, it's bigger, it's wider, it's the scale, the massing is greater. That makes it feel even more intrusive when it comes to the fact that you are right beside a single family home.
I guess, again, not to be argumentative, I think we can probably agree to take, I'm guessing, the feedback that, maybe these are 5 feet too wide, and starting there. I mean, it's within the 10% of 241 West Kingston, correct?
And I
Of the
will,
40 feet, but I mean, I think we weren't trying to blow it out of the water. We were trying to stay within the 10%, but I think everybody here is trying to get to a collaborative effort that, I'm willing to, everybody's willing to hear and I think agree with you that maybe cumulatively we need to dial it back, maybe that going 10% bigger in like all directions isn't helpful.
think of it as a
So-
body, right? I could be taller, but not as wide, right? Or I could be wider, but not as tall. But if I'm wider, I'm taller, and
Yeah.
and the adornment is, I'm a bit much,
Yeah, we're
right,
here-
in context.
Yeah, I think we're hearing you, and especially that the 10%, we're staying within the 10%, but we're doing it, I think, in every category, and that's a little bit too much.
Correct.
That's kind of what we're.
Correct, and that is with 2 of your more simple buildings. We're starting there, right? And just so that you all know, yeah, this is a collaboration, but ultimately we start off, if you want a true collaboration, that happens during the workshop, right? What we are doing now is evaluating what you have presented to us, because we're kind of past the collaboration part. So it is our duty, it's our job right now to say that this application that is currently in review is not holding up to some of, context is number one. And it's not holding up to context. And that's before we even start getting into the smaller things. So that is why we are saying what we are saying to you.
To be understood. To be fair, we did try to attend 2 workshops and as well as coordinate with staff even prior to those workshops over the series of many months. I guess we're saying collaboration in the spirit of we're here to listen to you.
Sure. Okay.
And take that feedback and hopefully get to a next attempt where we will be doing better.
Thank you so much, Eric. I'm going to pass it on to another commissioner.
Commissioner Lineberger?
This is really several details that I just want to mention while we are having feedback, but because I know we probably don't even need to get here today, but Candace, could you go to where it shows the double garage doors? I think slide 24 is one of them. Yeah. Or third, that one works too. Yeah, the garage door detail. I just want to make sure that you reference 8.10, number 6, which says garage doors shall either be authentically separate single bay doors or designed to give the appearance of separate doors rather than one long continuous panel on traditionally designed accessory structures. That's just an important detail we would look at. Those need to be exactly what the standard says. They need to be separate. They need to look separate. If we may have to be very specific in what color they are that helps differentiate or approve what color they're going to be. I'm just saying this because we have another project that we did not catch this detail, and the result is not good. It was not the intent. So that's just something to pay attention to, is that standard.
No, absolutely.
And
Good,
like,
good feedback. And I think we only had one or a couple where we had that, but we'll definitely take a look, and that's easy to revise.
but otherwise, I think my other comments are probably just for deliberation, and Commissioner Parati highlighted a lot of the same sentiments I had.
All right. Commissioners, other questions for the applicant before we close? Commissioner Barth?
Mine is not really a question, more of a comment that I'd give you guys the opportunity to respond to. As many of the other commissioners said, Commissioner Parati skillfully pointed out, I think some of the other things that we're thinking about with scale massing, that sort of thing. Another thing I'd like to point out is 6.9 height and width, particularly the diagram to the bottom of page 6.9. Now you guys reference the project or the historic example, which I'm glad that we have one so close by across the street, which is multifamily. However, I think the disconnect is that, your proposal is almost taking that as like a pure line precedent where we're trying to mimic that. I would like to point out that, it's a different site condition. It's up on a hill. It responds to the flanking parcels and structures next to it differently. So, one of the other things that we look at when we talk about the streetscape and responding to historic context is all of these things aligning. So we don't have, houses going in and out too severely, and we're looking at the sides of buildings. Same thing with the foundations. We're not going up and down and having a drastic change from, in this example, the single family to the left of you guys, as well as like the new construction. So, I think these houses, or the multifamily that you're showing here, sit up on sort of a pedestal, using that example across the street. And I think erroneously, I think we also need to, that could be something that you look at, but you also need to relate it back to the context on your side of the street. So use that diagram and what will likely be, a restudy of sort of all these elements combined.
Yeah.
So-
I appreciate that feedback and understood. I do want to make the point that the single families do sit up on pedestals as well. Sorry. I just wanted to understand that feedback and appreciate it. I did want to just make the point that the single family adjacent their first levels do sit up as well, on the foundations similarly.
Just to piggyback on what Commissioner Barth said, thank you for that, Commissioner Barth. Also, pay attention to the fact that 241, which is inspiration, as Commissioner Barth said, but not it's inspiration. It is void. That's void space. That's open space under on the below grade level, not what you all have proposed in all of your buildings, which of course only adds to the complexity of the actual building. So just something to consider as you more than likely go back and restudy what you have here.
I guess as a talking point, we did focus more on that, I think, in the workshops and the reaction to that. And I guess that complexity comment didn't come up. It's a fair comment, and I appreciate that and how that is. I would argue that it's 10 feet in shadow. And part of the reason we're doing it is, I think we talked about at the time, if you look at historical precedents across Charlotte and other cities, almost always that gap was not just gap for animals and darkness and whatever. It was always used as usable space. So while it is, like you said, it's not a direct, we aren't trying to do a direct relation. That's one where we aren't. We're trying to look at historical examples and how that space can be better used and better feeling and pedestrian friendly to the street. But I do agree that it is a fair point that in simple elevation, it does add complexity by the extra window and such.
Sure. So I'll make this analogy. If I'm taller and I'm wider and I have on a lot of makeup and a lot of jewelry and I am a sight to behold in a sea of people who are shorter, maybe smaller, and not as much adornment, I'm going to stick out like a sore thumb. So essentially what I'm saying is maybe take off some of the jewelry.
Fair enough.
Well done. Any other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation?
I have one additional question, if I may. I don't have the standards in front of me. But on 6.9, I think we were talking about height and it was mentioned to be compatible. It seemed like with the width, there was respect and there was a 10%. What would be considered compatible? Did I use the right word? I was trying to remember what was said.
I think, William, it's not just checking off the height and the width. It's working with all of those things combined. So we don't design,
Right.
but we are putting that out there as an example of something to consider, one of many things to consider when you are looking at your design.
Right. I'm just trying to understand, I think, because even your analogy with people,
Yeah.
people are diverse. I may be shorter or taller or fatter than some of these people and way more jewelry. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to look like everybody. Or if there's what the room is in this for diversity of these homes.
So to
I'm just
answer
trying to
that,
understand that. Yeah.
that's where our standards do come in.
Okay.
Because that's where there are standards specifically that guide us and as well as applicants
Right.
to say the intent is not for you to stand out. It is for you to fit in to the character and the streetscape of the neighborhood.
Understood. Absolutely. And I guess that's why I was trying to say, what is compatible? So is 10% okay? Is that fair?
It includes every other facet of these standards that are there. And in the interest of time, because we have, as you all know, so many people who are waiting to be heard, that is something that I would suggest that you work closely with staff on as you redesign as you rework your application.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Lineberger?
I think we're going to talk about this in deliberation because I'm concerned why we're not talking about chapter 7. But if you look at chapter 7, 7.8, that may answer your question a little further. That is the height and width.
Commissioner Lineberger, we're on chapter 6 because it's residential. Chapter 7 is for non-residential.
Okay,
Thank you.
I
6.9.
understand. But we've used this we've used this for multifamily before.
Chapter 7.
Yeah. Am I just totally wrong in that? But
Oh.
that description,
Commissioner Lineberger, I apologize for interrupting. I would recommend that the commission, if this development, this proposed design has been put in the context of chapter 6, I would recommend that the commission keep their commentary to chapter 6.
okay,
That would be my suggestion to the commission.
fair enough.
All right, other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? All right, let's close. So it sounds like we are still sticking with the high level items because,
I agree. I think details will fall by the wayside as they redesign this. And so I believe that it's important to start with context. Wow, there's, I am, excuse me, but I'm not quite sure how far down we should go, given that context is just not where it should be, you know? So I'm curious to hear what the other commissioners think.
Well, I will just say, for me, it- yeah, starting with definitely context and no farther than height and width is my opinion.
If we're gonna do that, Commissioner Hawkins, maybe go to scale.
Okay, yep, that's fair. That's the next section.
What do the rest of you think?
Yeah, I'm on 6-1, 6-2 and 3, 6-5, 6-6, 6-8, 6-9, and 6-10. And I really only apply this to, as you've mentioned, Commissioner Prouty, the first building. I think there are even greater issues. This takes it a step further. Less so than building 3 or C rather. Building B, that is kind of the middle
Yeah.
child, if you will.
Yeah.
As you go down it gets further. Granted, I know we've done with when we get to the edge of the districts in the past, there is some leeway as far as stretching those guidelines to as you dive into the neighborhood as they've done, but I think it's just taking it too far.
Sure.
So I would apply these to building A and then heavily tone back the other 2 buildings and not even talk about the rear buildings at this point.
I completely agree.
Other commissioners? Do you all agree with that approach?
I agree with that approach. And would it be too early to incorporate standards 612 in terms of the foundation based on some of the comments that were made regarding the precedent setting building at 241 having a raised foundation, and now in the subject buildings having that be usable residential space?
I think Commissioner Sullivan, that when they deal with the larger items, the other things come into play. Will be addressed, because the challenge is getting so far along and our feedback to them. Ultimately, it's I don't believe it's the best use of our time, given that essentially big things need to be completely reworked.
Understood. Thank you, Commissioner Parati.
I agree with Commissioner Barth that there's leeway, and it makes sense to have that gradual transition from non-district or commercial area to residential area, and it goes too far here. But I think we all recognize that that's part of coming into a neighborhood, is that there is a transition there. I just want to say, I think another part of this, that when I open this up and look at it, what jumps out at me is the complexity or the busyness of it. And I think a lot of that has to do with the number of windows and guardrails and that sort of thing. It's like, wow, it's right there. And once you start to study it, it makes more sense. But that's the first thing that you kind of see is what all is going on here. And I think it's the windows and the guardrails and in the elevation views anyway. So that's all I got.
And the roof forms, I think the one good thing that is fortunate that they do have this precedent across the street is, one, to use it, but to use it delicately. We're not trying to duplicate an exact condition because every site is different. To your point, Commissioner Taylor, using that as an example, there is a level of simplicity to that historic example, which gets a little lost in, as we've mentioned continually, as you step up in these buildings from A to B to C, it just continues to get more and more complex. And even A, at least from what I'm hearing from other commissioners, has taken it too far at this point. So
I would like to float a motion with help from the commission if we're ready.
Yep.
All right, I would like to continue this application for a restudy of buildings A and B, making certain that being clear rather, that we have not reviewed building C through F. For context, 6.2 and 6.3. Number 1. I'll throw in number 2 there. Number 3. Number 4. Number 5. Also for setbacks, 6.5, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 5. Spacing, 6.6, number 1, number 2, number 3. Six point eight, number 1, 1 through 6. Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. 6.9, height and width. 1, 3, 4, and 5. And scale, 6.10. Number 1, number 3, number 4, and for good measure, let's include Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5.
Motion made by Commissioner Parati, seconded by Commissioner Taylor. Any discussion on the motion?
I'd like to add section 6.1 preamble, as well as question, I guess, for staff. Would this, for section 6.7 orientation, is this considered a courtyard development, Candace? And if it is, should we include 6.7 number 3?
I don't know how to answer that. I guess it could be considered a courtyard. But it was not presented to staff as such.
Okay.
Well, to cover it, we haven't gotten to C through F, but to cover it, Commissioner Barth, let's include 6.7, number 3. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so amendment accepted by Commissioner Parati, and do you accept it, Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah, second, yeah.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, votes to continue passes 7-0. Thank you, gentlemen.
And if I could just add before you leave, working with staff is going to be, as you know, incredibly helpful and insightful.
Agreed. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And let the record show Commissioner Bell has joined the meeting, arrived.
You have a 5-minute break.
And I think we should take a 5-minute break.
Thank
I
you.
agree.
Okay, welcome back to the September 11 HDC meeting. Our next application is 1921 Charlotte Drive, and I believe the applicant is in the room. And just a reminder for the commission, this project is new construction commercial, and we will be reviewing it using standards from Chapter 7. Oh, okay. Okay.
Do-
I liked your analogy about the jewelry and makeup and my dress.
Yeah, appropriately.
Okay.
Hey, Candace, does this need to be marked at all? Does this need to be marked at all?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Welcome back to the meeting. We're reviewing case 1921 Charlotte Drive. And the applicant is in the room and has presented us with information that we are going to seek in 1 second. But if you could state your name and address to the court reporter.
Stephen Overcash, 2010 South Tryon Street in Charlotte.
Okay. And then can you describe what you have presented to the commission?
Basically the same thing that is on the screen. It's in the same order. It's a hard copy.
So just to confirm really briefly, you've been sworn in, is that correct?
I have correct.
And are you stating that the handouts that you've passed out that resemble the standards are your presentation as you provided to staff within the required time frame?
That's correct.
Okay. Unless there's any concerns from the commission, my recommendation would be to use it to the extent that it conforms with whatever's been provided. If there's any material that you find that was not included in this presentation, my recommendation would be to refrain from considering that.
Okay, Mr. Overcash, if you'd let me know what slide you'd like to start on.
Okay, I would start with I'm going to give a very brief overview. We've seen this for, I guess, the last year, so I want to concentrate more on the changes, but go to the site plan and I'll summarize very quickly.
And just for the commission and the public, the items listed in red are for the reasons for the continuance to this project.
Okay. And Adam, the owner just walked in. He'll have to be sworn in.
Okay.
Hi. Please raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
You could state your name and address for the court reporter, please.
Adam Williams, 526 Sedgewood Lake Drive, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28211.
Thank you. And then you would like to see a site plan,
Yeah.
Mr. Overcash? Okay.
I think just about everybody's familiar. So I just want to give a brief overview of where we're located, brief history. It's in the book. It was a group home that Adam renovated to a hotel several years ago to pretty much accommodate a lot of people that are staying in either the hospitals close by. That's one of their big clients, along with others. Given the views around it of the 360, there's some historic houses as well as some two-story office and apartments. We're at the corner of Kenilworth and Ideal Way, and we sort of been we want to create sort of an entrance into the neighborhood from that area. We've been working with DOT and planning about the streetscape along Kenilworth. It'll look a little choppy right now. It'll just go for our property. Eventually, it will connect all the way up to East Boulevard. That's the hope. And people will have a nice walkway. Next slide. Just some context, you'll see some of these same images in the architecture. Next slide. Site plan topo, we've been working with civil engineering groups, so we've got all the contours and the elevations worked out on the buildings. It does step with the contours. There's a couple of very low retaining walls. They're actually existing that we're replacing with brick. As we'll get to, there are 3 trees. There's a study by Bartlett in the booklet, recommendation to eliminate the 3 trees. 2 of them are willow oaks. The other was an ash that is not allowed by the urban forestry anymore. We're replacing it with 3 willow oaks consistent with the other willow oaks, 7 crepe myrtles that we're replacing, and 4 flowering dogwoods. Next slide. That's the site plan. We're proposing to add an addition. I think this committee considers it a new building along Kenilworth. Kenilworth is definitely the orientation part. It's 15 rooms. We have sufficient parking for that, and we've created a little courtyard between the 2. Next slide. That's our landscape plan where we are the 3 gray trees are the ones that we're eliminating. All the ones along Kenilworth are new. All the ones along this side are screening the parking. And then we have 3 new willow oak trees along the street, consistent with the existing willow oaks. We are also providing screening along this border to screen the parking. Next slide. That's just the tree report. Okay, what I'd like to do is to focus on you had fantastic comments last go around, and we got them also uploaded. Like to concentrate on those as opposed to sort of going backward. The biggest comment was we had a very plain end elevation. You could see it from Charlotte. And we hadn't spent enough time on it. There were still a lot of complaints about the back of I call it the back of the building, the side facing the courtyard. I think the comment was it looked like I can't remember if it was a Red Roof Inn or Ramada Inn, but it was some low budget hotel.
It wasn't a compliment.
And we have spent a lot of time on that. I think we've made a tremendous improvement to make it feel more like part of the building, more porch-like with columns and flower boxes. We sort of disguise the steps as you go up with siding, as opposed to it looking like somebody steps in their backyard going up to their deck. I think that's a great improvement. You'll see from a rendering in a minute that how it looks from the street. Other things I'll briefly go through that we were to look at. Wanted some clarification on the moldings around the windows, which we have cleaned up. We had too fat of a piece in between. We've identified the windows that we're using, which are approved by this committee. We worked on there was a lot of questions about the stair treads and railings. Are they painted? Are they metal? We've clarified that as painted wood. We clarified the artisan cementitious decking that we are using. There was a lot of debate or questions about the exterior lighting. While they were historical, they weren't historically placed, which was a very valid comment. So we've looked around the neighborhood. We now have them lower, as you can see, which is much more in keeping with people's front porches or back porches. There was some questions about the foundation on the other side. Next slide, please. we had gotten a little high in this area right there, because the street slopes. So we've manipulated the grades to be more consistent. I actually trespassed in 2 yards that are adjacent to us, took pictures, counted brick, and we're right in keeping with the one across Charlotte and the one across Ideal Way. I actually had to photograph over a fence because you can't see their foundation, but it's there, and right in keeping. So we were able to lower that foundation approximately 1 foot 14 inches. We clarified that was screening the backflow preventers. We had that. We clarified that what we're doing with the HVAC condensers, if you'll go back 1 slide, we're getting them off the ground and creating a flat roof screened area up here that nobody will see. And there was, well, what happened is we had not gotten Zueli's last elevation, which we have received, and we put that in the packet to remind everybody our height is 27 feet 9. The existing building is a little over 26 feet. We have two adjacent to us that are 31. So height wise, we're right in there with where we should be. Next slide. So we did some renderings to see how the new elevation will look. We feel like it's a tremendous improvement to be more of a building-like and not of an add-on porch. We kept the little, everybody seemed to like the little park as you come into the neighborhood. We kept that intact. If you'll scroll up. Okay. These are the elevations. I think one of the additions has been a while because we missed last month that we worked on this little guy here to bring the scale down a little bit more. We went around the neighborhood. We saw a lot of back porch, sun porches. They may have been originally porches that were enclosed, but that was sort of the inspiration for that guy, is to bring the scale down and make it feel like a sun porch. These are the ones with trees. Go to the next ones so the trees don't obscure. I think we've done the same renderings without landscaping. Yeah, these are the ones. These are just for more clarity. We just got rid of the landscaping. You can see the architecture a little bit more. As we've always said, we want this to appear as 2 historic buildings along Kenilworth. And we've given each one their own character, so it feels as 2. And with the entrance in between, so we do have a very prominent entrance onto Kenilworth. And as you can see, by the time we landscaping that, and these are the details that were asked for when we got the comments, more details about the columns. What is any retaining wall we'll have? We're replacing some treated wood retaining walls with a detail very similar. It'll vary from virtually flat to 2 feet. With a brick cap on top. We want wood painted stairs and rails. You can kind of keep scrolling up. These were just details that were asked for by the committee. This was without the wall. This was just showing the three details, showing wood stairs, and keep scrolling. Historical lights. All the colors are historical. The trash detail is very similar to the, well, that's the side you don't see. The other side looks like a fence using brick that we've already been approved for the other building. Next, the existing. That was the back of the trash cans, just to show. These are the windows we want to use. We refined the trim and the details in the middle as asked to do. Next. And then the booklet is just, we took the numbers that you said we needed to do a little bit more work on, and we did a narrative in the booklet of how we feel like we are meeting the restrictions of the standards. And I won't go back through them, but they were basically what we just discussed. We went through each one that we were asked to defend, and sort of showed what was said in the book and then how we are meeting that guideline. You could scroll through those. The massing, the context, the proportions, we feel are right in line with the booklet. Some existing context that was a inspiration for some of these. There's the foundation. We feel like the improvements are tremendous, and they all came from comments from this committee. So you can see the proportions of the foundation and the sun porch and colors, details. Okay, you can keep scrolling. Okay. And the last one we were asked to do, the last page in your booklet, which I thought was fascinating, I think we were requested to do it, was to give a history of sort of embarrassing, quite frankly. You go back 3 or 4 notches of the improvements, and we feel like the last leg at the bottom. I think you can go one more, or is that the last one? Yeah, one more. There we go. That's the last one. It does show that we are listening and trying to push forward with incorporating comments from the committee. I think that's a good graphic of. I think everybody on the committee should feel good. What do you think? Do you have anything to add, Adam?
Not right now. I'm happy to respond to any comments from the committee. I appreciate you guys' time and letting us come back in front. And hopefully we've shown that we want to work with you guys to make sure that we're in line.
And we did start the first ones that I said was sort of embarrassing. We were interpreting the booklet as we needed to relate. And I think this gentleman right here with the green plaid shirt gave us direction early on. Wait a minute, that's not a very nice building. We're not expecting you to relate to it. So each time it got a little further and further away from it. And we finally decided let's just go for it and sort of.
In our defense, we didn't design the old building.
Not stepping on your toes.
Yeah, we inherited that one.
All right, so I think that's.
Thank you.
Concludes.
We do have a number of callers and a couple unknowns, so I'm just going to go down the list. If you hear your name, please state your name and your comments and whether or not you've been sworn in. Nick Levine. Nick, are you with us? Okay. Sharon Brown. Sharon, are you with us? Okay. Denise Walsh. Denise, are you with us? Okay. Kay Chalina. Kay, are you with us? Okay. Paul Garfola. I'm sorry, I'm butchering that one. Paul, are you with us? How about Tiffany George Keat?
I'm here.
Okay. Tiffany, have you been sworn in?
I have.
Okay. If you could state your name and your address for the court reporter and then your comments. And please remember, all speakers, please keep your comments to the HDC Standards Chapter 7. Thank you.
I'm at 1238 East Worthington Avenue, and I'm Tiffany George Keat. Was there something else I was supposed to say?
No, but if you
Okay.
are able to turn on your camera, that would be great.
I hit start. Hold on. Hit start video. I thought it Am I there?
Yes, we can see you. Thank you.
Okay, first I want to start with the trees. Only 2 trees are addressed in that letter that they presented from the tree company, and only one of the trees is sick. So the willow oak in the back corner of the property is sick, but the ash tree is not sick, and it is under your purview, not the UDO, because of the, whenever they switched it. So I would encourage you to consider keeping that tree. It is not sick. It doesn't have the ash borer beetle, and the historic district is not required to have that tree cut down. So I would ask that that tree be saved. More importantly, the tree, the D tree that you can see on this slide is super important, completely healthy, right in the middle of the it screens very well to Dilworth. It preserves the true canopy. So I'm requesting, I don't know if A or B is the ash or the willow oak. I'm not sure which, but one of those, in my opinion, should be saved because it is not sick. D should be saved. I also think that these mature trees are important for flood control, which I know is more a zoning thing than your thing, but with the further taking away of the permeability with the courtyard and the bigger parking lot, that the flooding is going to be even more important. So in addition to saving the tree canopy with these 2 very important, beautiful heritage trees, that's just yet another reason to keep these 2 trees on this property. Also, they're, as you can see, the only interior trees in those 2 that they're proposing to cut down that are not sick are the only 2 interior trees on the lot. And I just think D in particular, with the pedestrian walkway and the way pedestrians interact with the road, that's a specifically an important tree because it would help block the addition and the mass of it. Also, I'm curious about, there are 2 very large pine trees on the property right now. You can see them on page 12, one of their pictures. By building B, there are these 2 very large pine trees that are not at all addressed and haven't been talked about. You can see the corner of it there on B. The one that shows building B, you can see the corner of how big that pine tree is. There's 2 of them. And I don't see why. Yeah.
Tiffany, are you
Yeah.
able to see our screen?
Yes.
Is this
Yes.
the slide you're talking about?
Yeah, the blue, no, well, that blue building that you're seeing is this page 12?
Yes, it is.
The, right by where the black car is, see that pine tree on the edge there? Yes, that's not on any of the plans, and I'm curious about what they plan to do with it. It doesn't show it being there now. There are 2 of them. They're huge. They're a fantastic screen to Dilworth. As I mentioned before, they'd be great for the mitigation of flood control. And I don't see why they'd be torn down, but they're not addressed at all. So I was curious what happens to those 2 big, healthy pine trees. So in addition to that, if you go to page 16, in their little blurb there, they say that trees 1 through 5 will be replaced by willow oaks, but yet on the drawing it says crepe myrtles. So that is a discrepancy. I think they mean crepe myrtles, but the writing says willow oak. So that's a problem because if you look at the survey, which is page 14, you will see the electric wires. So right at the front where they propose, I think it would be tree 1 as a willow oak, that there's no way to put that tree there because of the existing utility pole, which I imagine is staying. And between the trees 2 and 5 of the crepe myrtles, there's a second utility pole. So the electric line goes back and down Charlotte. So it is almost impossible. They can't put big trees there. So I'm not quite understanding how that works if the lines are low and there's 2 utility poles that I assume will stay. The willow oak can't go there as a replacement for the ones they're trying to cut down. And the crepe myrtles don't work either because I believe they would be too tall. So that's a concern for me. The courtyard, I guess picture 6 maybe, or page 21, picture 6, that courtyard. I personally don't feel like this courtyard, the back of the new building, I don't think is enough in, it's so different from the front. Like the front looks kind of like a historic building. This looks like a house in California. So I'm concerned about the stairs primarily. I think they still look terrible. There's absolutely no, I've never seen anything like that in any house in Dilworth. There's no precedent for them. Also, built-in planters, although that sounds like a nice idea. I have 2 problems. One, they don't keep up with their landscaping as it is, so there'll never be flowering plants in there, but also that is not a design feature you can see in any of the houses around, specifically in the sight lines, but even as you walk through Dilworth, generally integrated flowers are not a thing that happens here, so I don't think that's in context with the neighborhood. So I think that if you compare the new building, they're using stuff on East Boulevard and Dilworth Road West to justify its, or East, justify its size. I do not think that's a fair comparison. Most of the houses in their direct contact and line of sight are either the small American house or sort of very square, boxy 2-story homes. Those houses over on East Boulevard and on Dilworth East are like far too grand, I think, to be a fair comparison. So I think the new building, it being bigger than the old building, just, again, I keep saying this, I think adding a second massive structure on that thing only focuses more on how incongruous the original building is to the historic. So, slapping this other building on the back, I think, isn't appropriate. Also, as far as the context is concerned, I'm not sure if this is right or not, but I think that you have to use historic building as your context. And the only sort of long vertical buildings that are like this in the neighborhood, which are the 2 buildings next door, are not historic buildings. They're from 1979, I think. So they can't really be a comparison for building this new sort of what, in my opinion, is too long and vertical, because that is not how any of the houses in this neighborhood appear to me. I'm also wondering what the precedent is to slap a second building that's even bigger than the first building on the same lot. I don't see that happening in Dilworth, really, even on East Boulevard. I don't see where they have like precedent for that, and I don't like the idea of setting a precedent for that. And then if we go to page 15, there's the walkway that is not in existence anymore that they do have on their plan here. So that's a violation along with the backflow from the first renovation of the property. So right down in the front, what is supposed to be the front door orientation, they have ripped out the walkway that connects to the sidewalk. And then they haven't shielded the backflow. And I also want to encourage the commission to make them fix those sooner than whatever happens with this project, since it's been going on for so long. I would like to see those violations cleared up before this this whole thing continues to play out or gets approved or whatever will happen with it. And then finally, I'm concerned about the curb cut. I hear the commission say a lot, if we touch it, we fix it. And this parking lot's been touched twice, but still the curb cut is very wide compared to everything else in the neighborhood. So I was wondering if that is going to be required to be shortened. So those are some of my thoughts. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we want to wait through all the comments before rebuttal, or would you like to go
Yeah, I thought she was the last person. So are there more people?
Yeah, we have a couple more
Okay,
people
sure.
to call on, and then we can get rebuttal from the applicant. The next speaker is Ellen Cilarella. Ellen, are you available?
Hey, Candace,
Yes, ma'am.
I know ideally we would want to hear all of them, but are they going to remember all of what she just said
Okay,
to be able to respond?
we can have the applicant respond.
Okay. Are you guys comfortable with hearing all of them and then responding? Let's do.
Might as well knock it all out.
Okay.
I'll defer to the team, whatever you guys.
I vote that we get a rebuttal after each one. I think it would be helpful.
The only thing I was going to add is it is the commission's usual process to hear all speakers and then allow the applicant to provide any additional comments, as that also leans into your questions and that back and forth between the applicant and the commissioners. However, it is up to you how you would like this particular process, given the amount of speakers to happen. One recommendation for everyone, for the commission, would be that if there are any particular comments that the speakers ask or add that you would like the applicant to address, to write those down and include those in your questions.
I disagree.
All right.
I think we could be here for a couple days if we comment on every speaker or caller and not do it in one fell swoop.
Is every speaker going to go over the same thing, or are they all covering different things?
I do not know.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, let's go ahead and hear. If you guys can make sure to note down what you need to respond to, then we'll.
I'll make, just for the record, I'm not like sending Instagram messages, I'm taking notes, so I'm fine.
We appreciate it.
Seem to be better.
All right. Yeah, Candace, we can hear from the next.
Okay. Ellen Cilarella, are you available or online?
Yes, and this is Ellen Citarella. Candace.
I apologize.
That's okay. And I have not been sworn in, I think I'm supposed to say that to you.
Thank you for letting us know. If anyone else is on the line and will be addressing the commission, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So I live at 322 East Kingston. I don't know if you still need that anymore. And I am speaking today on behalf of the DCA. Good afternoon. I started off improperly. So the DCA and neighbors appreciate the ongoing work of the HDC in maintaining the historic quality of our neighborhood. Dilworth would not be what it is today without the HDC's overview through the years. This petition troubles many of our constituents, and you see that by the letters and the callers that you have in today. And the DCA board and the land use committee have heard from them. I'm speaking to you today to support their concerns and ask that the design standards be carefully and fully applied, given the precedent this addition to a non-conforming structure will set. We're currently opposing this application for the following reasons. Orientation. You heard just a few minutes ago, it's been mentioned twice, that the new building has a strong orientation to Kenilworth Avenue. One should be able to clearly determine where each building's legitimate front entrance is. Shouldn't this be on Charlotte Drive, which is the address? How is this consistent with the guideline per 7.6? Massing. And Candace, oh, you have that up, okay. The visibility of the new building from Charlotte Drive gives the appearance that the addition is wider than the current building and therefore more massive. While there's currently only a standard for this for additions, shouldn't new construction also ensure compatibility with the HDC design guidelines? Directional expression. The directional expression of the new building on Ideal Way does not conform to the directional expression of the original building on Ideal Way. How is this acceptable with the guideline per 7.10? And now sidewalks and parking. For 8.2, the standards are intended to ensure that both residential and non-residential parking plans have a minimum impact on the historic character of the neighborhood. Does the proposed parking lot conform to this? For 8.2, number 9, front parking should be allowed only when it will not violate the historic character of the streetscape. And parking or paving plans must include screening to buffer residential uses. The current parking lot screening plan does not provide adequate buffers to the residential uses. Will that be required per design standard 8.2? And per 8.2, number 13. And actually, this was mentioned just a minute ago. Curb cuts should be limited to 2 lanes max. This one is 28 feet. Will the applicant be required to conform to the guideline, which states as narrow as possible? Trees, which is the last point here. The 2 largest trees on the rear of the property are willow oak and ash. And there's a 21-inch DBH willow oak at the back near the parking lot. It's a healthy willow oak, I'll add. Additionally, there's a number of existing trees noted on the plan along Ideal Way, which appear to be dead. The write-up on page 2 of the application is inconsistent with the arborist letter relative to the size and the location of the trees. The arborist actually recommended only removal of 2 in its letter. With that inconsistency, can the commission make a proper decision relative to these trees? Should this application move forward, we request that the new building footprint be reduced, thereby saving that 21-inch willow oak at the back of the property. There's also, and this was also mentioned by Tiffany, a couple of evergreen trees. So I mean, we won't have to repeat each other, but question is, they're not on the plan, and are they going to be removed? That's a question that's outstanding. In closing, the HDC guidelines do not appear to address what to examine in adding additional buildings to a non-conforming use. However, city ordinances generally require additions or modifications to non-conforming structures must follow current ordinances to ensure a non-compliant structure does not become more so. The addition as proposed will simply increase the non-conformity of the existing structure already on the site. Please require strict adherence to the HDC design standards as this moves forward to ensure that the new construction design ensures compatibility with the character of the district. So thank you for allowing me to speak today. Thank you for all the time that you spend studying these applications. I know I watch you, and for preserving the historic district of our city.
Thank you, Ellen. We have one more signed up speaker, Russell. Russell, are you online? Okay, do we have any unknown speakers wanting to speak on 1921 Charlotte Drive? Okay, I think we are.
Just one clarification. This application is for new construction, commercial, not additions.
Correct. New construction commercial.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So applicant, you are free to rebuttal.
Do I need this or am I loud enough without it?
Just in case, bring it closer to you.
So a couple things. One, thank you for that. Just a few things, just like a couple highlights, and I'm not even going to try to go in order here. The ash tree, straight from urban forestry, they do not want those in the city. They're a harbinger of the ash beetle. Even if it's healthy, I've been told in no uncertain terms that they don't want them in the canopy. So that's just one of those trees that you mentioned there is kind of a danger to the rest of the kind of native trees. It's not a native tree. The pine tree that was kind of one of the main things that both people mentioned is not on our property. That's on the adjacent office building. It's a beautiful tree. No reason to think that it won't be moving forward, but not on our property, so I can't really speak to it. The interior courtyard, it's an interior courtyard. You'd have to be staying with us, which hopefully all of you guys are welcome to stay with us at any time. It's really built for the guests. It's not visible unless you're staying or trespassing. I don't know why else you would see it. I think it's really cool. I keep hearing about massing. This isn't a 5-story building. It's a 2-story building. It's pretty much the same height as most things around it. Certainly not trying to build anything that's a reach. Not trying to, do anything over the top here. We're just trying to match what is existing on the property and what is directly around the property in every direction. We haven't ripped out any walkway. We did add some trees and a buffer to an existing porch that had some kind of water feature on it at some point. That was just because every single delivery driver in the tri-state area was walking up and down someone's guest room. So it was added as just something to cut down on that, which it accomplished, but we didn't rip anything out. We just planted stuff around it and, made it a little less, obvious that you would want to walk up there. The curb cut, haven't touched it, happy to discuss it. But it was there. The parking lot of that size was there. We haven't really done anything with that curb cut. If it's a big deal as opposed to just, something that, you want to, that really needs to be addressed, we're happy to discuss it. That's honestly, I didn't know that was even a concern. The orientation, there's no way to orient it in any different direction. This is getting out of my wheelhouse here. But obviously, it's on the rear of the property. Happy to, we took a lot of comments last time we were here. Happy to address that if the committee thinks that we should. But I would like to speak about parking. I spend a lot of time in Dilworth. I live a mile from here, and I just have a lot of things in this neighborhood that keep me in this neighborhood a lot. So I'm here at all hours, at all different days. If you go up and down Charlotte Drive, this is the only actual parking lot on all of Charlotte Drive that matches the number of people that are there. The amount of street parking that exists on Charlotte Drive at any time of the day or night or week is very congested until you get to this block, because this block turns much more commercial. Obviously, you have this project and then the other commercial buildings next to us, all of which have kind of self-served internal parking. If you go the next block away from East Boulevard, like you're going down to Ed's Tavern and the other commercial districts, there is not a time that I've driven it where it is not very, very congested with cars parked on both sides of the street. I would argue, and I think I could argue convincingly, that this is actually the least congested part of Charlotte, because we do self-park. So I'll let the person that actually knows what he's talking about address the important stuff, but wanted to just tick off a couple really straightforward or clarify a few things. And happy to.
Okay, and I won't belabor much because I think you covered most of the issues. I think we do, as that record shows, we've oriented it to both streets, Kenilworth and the street coming in, with a real entry. The comment about, well, it's too big, it doesn't relate to anything around it. Well, unfortunately, we are right there in a sort of a transition zone, and this rendering, I know you say, well, we can't relate to anything across the street because it's not historic, but it's there. I mean, it's as a bigger picture for Charlotte. We're sort of in keeping. The whole idea, last time we got some very positive comments because we had created that park. Well, when you slide it down, it appears wider. It's approximately the same width as the existing building. But by sliding it down to create that nice park that we got really good comments about at the last meeting, then you see it protruding there, which to me is not offensive. I appreciate Adam saying that. I understand what they're saying about the curb cut. If it is 28 feet and obviously somebody went out and measured it, that does seem too commercial for Dilworth. When you cross it, that's a lot of steps. If you are willing to put it on a diet, I think that would be helpful and address that comment as you come in. If it is 28 feet, that is wider than necessary, and it does hurt the scale of Dilworth as you cross it, across the sidewalk. And so I think that would be a good thing if we could work on that, Adam.
And I'm happy to make whatever actual compromises, anything that people think really will make this project better. I'm absolutely open to. There's a difference between we really would love to see this versus, we just don't want to see it happen. So anything that I can do to be a good actor and to put my best foot forward to make sure that everybody in the committee and frankly, everybody in the neighborhood knows that we're trying to be good neighbors, good actors, I'm in. If it's just, let's find ways to peel back the onion until we catch a loophole that makes it harder, then that's a totally different conversation.
And that's why I really wanted to focus on the comments that you sent me at the last go around. You gave me a bunch of numbers out of the book and we addressed each one. And it seems like sometimes with the trees weren't a big issue at the last meeting. I think everybody got Bartlett. They said, we appreciate you doing that. Let's move on. So I kind of want to keep moving forward. And I think we addressed the ones that you said these need a little bit more work. That's all I've got to say. If we want to go ahead and deliberate or comment, and if there is something we didn't address that you ask us to address, then we'll certainly work on it.
Sure, thank you. Just a staff note, ultimately, it's a land use question about the new construction being even on this parcel, which is not for us to comment on. If it's allowed by zoning, then HDC reviews it for design. So setback, scale, height, all of our normal standards. And we are again reviewing this under Chapter 7, new construction for non-residential commercial property.
Okay. Thank you.
Also, just a staff note, this is the walkway that the residents are commenting about, and I think the applicant might have stated, is this where the UPS or?
Yes, it was, it's an odd structure. It's like there was a water fountain in it at some point that I'm not really sure when it was put in. The building was built in the 90s, so at some point they put it in. This is obviously the main entrance. This is a guest room. So it's like a safety concern. You're laying in bed and all of a sudden the fourth FedEx driver shows up today. So we just planted a bunch of stuff and tried to not make it a thoroughfare.
Are you intending to put this back? Because it is drawn on the plans.
Oh, we can, if it's a strong issue for the neighborhood.
So a separate issue from this right now, it's actually been removed without a COA, so it's a violation, but we can talk about that later. As long as, I think what's concerning the neighborhood is that there is no connection between the sidewalk and the building on Charlotte Avenue. So
We can add, happy to address it. If anybody has some ideas, I'm happy to work through it.
Got it. All right. Thank you. Commissioners, questions for the applicant?
I like to start with context. I noticed that was the first reason we revisited. We continued the application and it was something that came up during the comments from the neighbors. And it's not included in this wonderful booklet you provided. So what is the precedent What's the precedence for the building,
Building,
the historic precedence?
we feel like the architecture, the breaking down of scale, the context is we literally are unabashedly copying things that we found close by in the neighborhood. We broke the scale down. I'll just read what I wrote here. We think we relate to the historic district in terms of height. We're less than some buildings around us. Massing, we've broken the massing down. Roof forms, we have all types of sheds and dormers and lower roofs and porches. The mass of the building is modulated with material and color changes to break up the buildings to appear as two residences and emulate spacing of other residences in the historic district. So all those things that we read, we think we have integrated.
What are the addresses of the houses or the buildings that not the houses, excuse me, this is a commercial building. So what are the addresses of those buildings that you used for context?
Go to the picture that has all the context on it. Is that it? This one is directly across the street. That's right. Yeah, directly across. Obviously, we're not relating to, I want to say it, but those buildings. This is, I guess, a non-commercial use. That's an office building. That's an office building. We're certainly not.
Is that historic?
No, it's not
Oh,
historic.
okay, so
But
let me,
across the street is the primary inspiration.
so in the interest of time,
Yes.
and excuse me if it's right in front of me and I've missed it. What is the address? What are the addresses of the non-residential buildings that are providing context for this particular building?
Scroll up and
I think, just to be clear, are you asking for non-residential buildings?
To be clear, yes, I'm asking, let me repeat myself. What are because when we're looking at context, we are doing an apples to apples comparison, yes? So we're not looking at residential properties, we are looking at non-residential properties. And seeing as how that was the first point that we included in our continuation, and because it's not included in our wonderful booklet here, I'm looking for an address or addresses that provide context for this particular building.
350 feet.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you.
350 feet. Or whatever.
360. Yeah. Or because that's going to be difficult, right? Let's start there. But if you can't go there, what within a close proximity provides context for your new building?
I'll address that in the next go around. That's the first time this has come up. We were always told, look, 350 feet and.
It's
pick
in
out.
just for, because I got to take out for staff. It's in the standards. It's included in 7.3, which is the first item on the list that we requested.
Like pictures.
All right. Other questions for Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah, so, as one commissioner, I mean, I think the transition you've made from the first go to this go is a lot different, a lot better. So I congratulate you on that. Can you explain, I'm just out of curiosity, your impermeable land diagram on 15, what am I looking at on the hatched marks versus the non-hatched marks? I mean, I understand it's parking lot, it's building, but what are you trying to, I think it's, yeah, it's the top, above that, Candace, and it's a little snapshot. Scroll up a little bit, that right there. What are you trying to tell us there? Like specifically, the part of the parking lot is hatched and part of it's not?
Right. I apologize. I don't even know.
All right, and
I
this
don't know-
parking lot
I
is
don't know
intended
what
to be
that-
curb and gutter and paved? That's the intent here?
I totally do not know the use of that diagram right now. Because I didn't think impervious, I'm not sure why it's in the package. I honestly don't.
Okay.
I'm just being honest.
All right.
It does. Can we talk about impervious as HDC, or does that come under somebody else's purveyance?
So we have a impervious guideline for private residences of non-commercial status, but if it's a commercial, we don't really get into the.
Understood. I'm just trying to understand the diagram. I don't know what I'm trying to get from it.
It's confusing. Person helped me with this. I'm not sure though.
Okay, fair enough.
Just being honest.
I would.
I've never noticed it before. I'm more focused on other things than that little diagram.
I would say to your comment of being all in to make this, a better project for yourselves, for the neighborhood, all that. Just as one commissioner, this is a commercial landscape architecture's nice rendition of the landscape. Just being out on that site, being a Dilworth resident, all that stuff, I think a landscape designer's design to fit in the neighborhood would be with a management team that's really tuned in, would go a long way on presentation down the road and whatnot. This is more code compliant right now, and I think that's just as one commissioner's opinion. It may help.
Okay, that's good comment.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yeah, I think part of the disconnect with the residents in this area and definitely their comments, I think that they're looking for a front door. The address is Charlotte Drive. And there's some confusion, I think, around, it's not a really clear statement on what the front entry is. I mean, I know where it is, but I'm asking this to see if you have any, they're looking at that. There's been so much focus on that stairwell in the back of the building because that's what they see. And that's their experience is going to be the people from Charlotte Drive. Their experience is going to be that parking lot, and it's going to be the back of that building, showing that stairwell primarily. And I'm just wondering if you've had any studies, concepts on addressing, the orientation and we do not get into design, but I'm just.
Are you asking for this building or this?
Well, I think it's both in some sense, but it's primarily the new building. Did you?
Just want to make sure.
But I'm just explaining that I think part of, there's this disconnect clearly between what you're presenting and what you're doing and what, the objections that you've heard and the statements you've heard. And I think that I'm just asking, have you addressed solving this a different way that addresses this side, Charlotte Drive as the entry versus
I just don't understand.
the building addresses, the front of the building addresses a non-historic, the other side of Kenilworth is not historic district, right? That elevation, it is long. It is a huge, to their comments, it is addressing the non-historic. So your front entry and your context that you're saying you designed that for is addressing a non-historic side, right? So I'm just asking that I think is why there's such a struggle is you're not addressing Charlotte Drive and Ideal Way. Ideal Way you are on the one side, but have you studied any other options that addresses the neighborhood where there's a different solution potentially?
Open to ideas, and we're trying to react to all of this feedback. I think this was a very blatant attempt to address Ideal Way, and one that we were all really excited about collectively. I thought there was a lot of buy-in in the room, to the point where this park seemed like wow, good thinking, guys, which I don't get a lot of that. So I remember when people say that to me. So we addressed it very much here, which is, let's just be honest, this is the Charlotte Drive orientation, and I can't imagine asking to do anything to this building, right? Like, we don't want to open that can of worms. So I feel like we did a good job here. I feel like we did a good job facing Kenilworth, which, to your point, is not the front door, or it's not the historic orientation. That really leaves us with this, and correct me if I'm wrong, it leaves us with this little, what is that, 15 feet wide?
Yeah.
15-foot wide section that you can even see. We tried between last meeting and this meeting to address that as well. So I would love just feedback from the crew here about how we can be better stewards of these concerns, and just address them in a smart way.
It's an odd duck to have three sides of orientation.
Yeah,
Maybe we can get the building readdressed to Ideal Way or something. I don't know. I mean, unfortunately,
I mean, we built a park. I mean, it looks really, really.
but that's not your address. That's what they're saying. Your address is Charlotte Drive.
What do you think that?
I'm just asking if there's been any study to a different solution, a different placement potentially that does address Charlotte Drive, a different placement of the building. I'm just curious because it just seems like that's why there's a struggle here.
All right.
We have not, because we were originally trying to keep it behind the building. And then when the idea of the park came up, it got slid. If we slid it all the way over so you'd have real presence on Charlotte Drive, we feel like it would not be the appropriate solution.
I gotta say, I think, anywhere else on the site would make it worse. I mean, so I've got a couple of concerns. My own big concern, again, I think y'all have done a great job bringing this along. You're getting pushback from the neighbors, but everybody gets pushback. That's just life. The concern is the Charlotte Drive view of that little 15-foot. That's the one thing I think the park is great. You address Ideal Way. That little 15-foot area is kind of, as one commissioner in my mind, the anomaly there. That top right.
Top right.
Yep. And I don't think you're as colorful and as great as that looks. I don't think your landscape plan is doing you any, and your existing landscape is doing you any service on conveying what it could be, in my mind, for whatever that's worth.
All right. So
that's really subjective. So,
but,
I think anything that we can really react to and improve all for that actually in the real world. And I can't help that the neighbors don't like the project in general. And want me to shrink the curb cut, but I'm happy to do anything that makes sense. And I'm happy to continue to, if there's more orientation that we can kind of drill down on, if there's a ways to dress up the existing building, I'm happy to do that.
I know where you're coming from, and I've got an idea, so let's just leave it at
I
that.
got one more question because you didn't answer it earlier. Is the intent to pave this parking lot? It's gravel right now, correct? Is it paved?
People kept parking in parts of the grass that we just laid down.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah, so
okay.
that was the
That's
parking
right.
lot that we that we
Yeah.
inherited.
There's parts that were people, like grassy area that people were parking
We were
on.
just tearing, it was getting
Yeah,
muddy.
yeah, okay, that's a-
Some pressure on.
Just to get us back on track, one of the things that we like to do when we've continued an application, is to go back and from top to bottom, just check off whether or not those items have been addressed. And so my colleague, Commissioner Taylor, is asking about parking, and that was number 8 on our reason for continuing this project, sidewalks and parking. Trees and lawns, we're asking about the landscaping and all of that, and that hasn't been fleshed out. That was number 3. So context wasn't addressed. Massing, also not included in our nice little booklet, wasn't addressed. Trees and lawns has not been addressed. Sidewalks and parking has not been addressed. And we're at 4 of the 12 so far. So I just want to prepare you for what we'll talk about during deliberation, because it's been in order to make sure that our queue doesn't get any more backed up. One of our goals has been, if 50% or more of our items for continuation have not been addressed, we outright deny it. Because we don't have to tell you how long you have to wait to come before the commission. And so making sure that we're being great stewards of the time that applicants are given is paramount to us, as well as your neighbors and everyone else who's waiting. So and this is not just for you all, it's for anyone listening, when we continue an application, we need all of those items addressed. If 50% or more of those items are not addressed, it has been our informal internal process to deny. Because if you're not listening to us about why we need to continue these items, the thought is maybe you need more time. So I think that I know that
I'd like to
makes
discuss
sense
each one.
to,
You told me context. We didn't go and find a historical president.
right, and massing is also not included in this, and that was point 2. And so just so that you know,
How we not move?
hold on, I'm sorry. Okay, let's see here. Maybe I skipped over it.
Commissioner Parati, and just to be clear, when you're speaking about the commission's internal informal practice, denials are based upon an evaluation of whether or not an application meets the standards and whether it's incongruous with the character of the district. Is that correct?
Correct. Thank you, Attorney Hewitt. So just in general, just to say it out loud so that you all know, and not just for you all, but for anyone who's listening who has applications that have been continued, it's important for 50% or more of those to have been addressed so that we can continue moving the application along.
I've got 12 listed.
So just to clarify, I do think what started us down this path is the main one, number 1, is missing.
That's one.
It's not just the one, sir. Just to share, context affects so many other things, right?
Understood.
It affects the massing, it affects the orientation, it affects so many things. And so we'll continue going through this, but here's your opportunity to address it. Context is the big one. And if that hasn't been addressed, if that needs to be reworked, it's going to have a ripple effect throughout the rest of the reasons for continuing this application.
And the point was, get a landscape architect in here to do a bang up job that probably gets us over. I thought we had met trees and lawns, but it really wasn't a heavy discussion last time. Cornices and trim, I feel like we've met that one. We got your comments and
If your massing changes because the context changes, then your cornice and trims will probably also change. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I don't, because, details are details that can go on any massing. I mean, we did everything we were asked to do. Study the windows. That's too wide. Get rid of this. And so I feel like we met the windows and doors.
I respectfully disagree. The main thing, the first thing that we asked, which is, again, the thing that impacts so many other things, is context. Because we have this challenge right now with context, which also affects massing. And when you are adjusting the massing, other little details are, tend to change.
I appreciate that. I respectfully disagree on that lighting. So once again, you're just going to pile everything under context and say we flunked everything because.
No, I'm putting it out there so that you can do what you're doing now.
Okay, lighting. The only complaint was study the heights, be more consistent with the neighborhood. Did we not meet that? Did we not listen? Did anybody have any objection of where our lights were located? Okay. Materials. The main objection was we had not made a point about artisan. That was the main point. Use the word artisan and you meet. I feel like we meet materials unless somebody objects. We're using painted wood and brick. Foundations. We marched the neighborhood. We raised the grades to lower our foundation. Like we meet that one. Fences and walls, the only one that we have is screening our garbage cans. We copied the detail right out of the book. And if we'd been asked, we would have gone and gotten the landscape architect. If that's what we're flunking on trees and lawns, we keep coming back to, there was no discussion last time about the Bartlett report other than thank you so much for getting this report. Now we understand. We really like your park out front. We thought that addressed. I feel like we've met half of these unless we just pile everything under context. Sidewalks and parking. A lot of that's dictated that by the engineering department. First time we've heard of complaints about the curb cut, the entrance, this gentleman said, we'll be glad to do something about it. We haven't really pushed back on anything. Spend more money on landscaping, he'll do it.
Again, I'm happy to keep working. But it is honestly, I sat here a month ago and we had a great conversation and moved forward. We thought we responded really strongly, and now it feels like it sounds like we didn't address anything, and I don't think that's necessarily what we attempted to do. If we didn't meet the threshold, then my apologies, but we tried pretty hard to answer every specific concern.
So in the interest of time, do we have any other questions before we close for deliberation? Okay, let's go ahead and close for deliberation. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I did think the response was good. Now,
He's got his another appointment.
the missing part is context, but what are they? This is where I'm challenged. It looks like context is somewhat addressed, but it's not historic. It's not apples to apples. So they attempted to look at the surrounding structures, which we are asking them to respect. So this is where I'm a little challenged. What else were they supposed to do?
I agree. I mean,
It's on.
you're not gonna find another commercial building that I'm aware of, that's gonna be like, oh, we're gonna grab this one and use it. You go on East Boulevard and pick a converted house, and, it's, I feel like they moved the ball down the field. from the last meeting. I still have some reservations on that. The Charlotte Drive view, I think Ideal Way has come a long way. Kenilworth, we're not worried about, even though it's a remarkable better address on Kenilworth than it is now. It's Charlotte, it's Charlotte Drive, and I mean, moving the building is just gonna make it that much worse. So there's probably some details in there that need to be tweaked, but I personally feel like it's come a long way and they've addressed a lot of the issues that I've had. There's still the open stairs, but they're somewhat hidden at this point. At least a lot more than they were last time.
Scott?
Yes, I agree with everything Commissioner Taylor just said. I think that they have, I think just going through that list just now, we saw that they had addressed a lot of these things, and the context is, it's very nebulous. I don't know that, I think they've done what could be expected in looking at because there is no commercial historic in that area. They've looked at the architecture of the area and taken that, and I think, that makes sense. And I think that that needs to be recognized. And it's, again, they've made just over this period of development, they've been totally cooperative with trying to achieve what we've asked them to do. And, it's not perfect, but not sure what more we can ask them to do.
Other commissioners, your thoughts on, and then we can go down the list and we can, respond to those, each item, but I just wanted to see if anybody had anything else to add. Okay, let's start with why we continue. Okay, so we've heard from a few of us around context. Some of us think it wasn't, and some of us think that they did what they could to address context. So I think we'll have to just leave it there, right? Massing, I also believe this falls in the similar category. They did call out what they did to break up the massing. They have some voids, the roof, I don't know the appropriate building science terms, but there's changes in the roof line. So there are things that have been done to break up the massing. It's not just one long building or wall. Other things, what do you guys feel about the massing? Has that been addressed sufficiently?
I do. But y'all know my opinion.
Right. Other commissioners? I don't want to call anybody's name. Okay. But
I think that from what I can see, and I've been at a few meetings where this project has come before us, that there's been an evolution. And while we're talking right now about massing, I think Commissioner, I think maybe, I can't remember which one said it, but there isn't really a commercial precedent here. But in terms of the adjacent structures across Charlotte, Ideal, I feel that we're looking at a building that is in pleasant conversation with its potential neighbors, and does present some scale and some interest that continues the rhythm of the street. And, you know, it's not this perfectly contiguous area based on where the building sits and where there's that adjacent building on the same lot. But I'm not, yeah, I don't know how much farther the design could potentially evolve, where it would necessarily, fit the standards, more succinctly.
Okay. All right, and I see some head nodding. Does anybody feel differently about massing being addressed? Okay, let's go to trees and lawns. Now, on the handout, in the handout, trees is called out, but they are calling out that the arborist report and that 3 existing trees to be removed and replaced by, and they call out what those replacements are. Is there concern about those trees? And then I don't know what the lawns, I'm not sure where that's addressed. It just says trees and lawns. So is it just trees that was being addressed?
So one of the callers, I haven't dug on it, but one of the callers said that the arborist report did not sync up with the number of trees on the landscape plan or site plan. There was 2 versus 3 or 3 versus 4, something to that effect.
Mm-hmm.
Those 3 separate areas.
Yeah, the arborist letter notes a large ash and willow oak trees, but it doesn't give us
Those
a
are
number.
on the back right of the property. I don't know if there's a 3rd tree there, or if the 3rd tree the caller referred to was the one on the left of the new building at the parking lot. There's one oak to be removed there according to the site plan. That D right there, so that might be the discrepancy there.
Okay.
I mean, I would, I'm doing a lot of talking, I'm sorry.
Let me
That's-
ask,
That's fine.
how concerned are we, is that something that could, if we had a motion that could be staff could work with them on that part? It seems like that's not worth us getting into a lot of issue about.
Staff can help that commission with like a tree protection plan, but like if you're talking about like tree D, it's right at the corner of that structure. It's never going to survive. So I guess it just like we'll need clear guidance as to what
Is
the
that
directive
in our-
is.
With commercial, is that in our purview, the landscaping?
Yes, because of this project was pre-UDO, so the trees are all under the HTC purview.
I don't know what the count is, but so it's 2 trees that an arborist recommends taking out. It's 1 tree that is in the footprint of a new building, and it's arguably 9, 10, 12 new trees going in. Whether they're the right tree to go in there. My experience as a commercial architect is, they're doing it per code, what's required for parking spaces and whatnot, not necessarily for historic Dilworth tree plantings or whatever. So,
When we do it daily for tree removal, we usually request a tree for a tree, and it needs to be a large canopy. So whatever your decision is, your directive to staff or the applicant, you can choose the trees that go back. taking out, but it's also up to the commission to require additional large canopy if that's the direction you want to go.
One of the callers said that on slide 16, which is what we're on now, that there was a discrepancy between the willow trees 1 through 5. They should not be crepe myrtles. They should be willow oaks. So I do believe that that is what they originally said that they were going to do, although it's mislabeled on 16.
And it looks like what, 14 or 8 through 14 are crepe and myrtles, crepe.
Oh, yeah. So they call it out on slide 9, 8.4, landscaping and lawns.
Commissioner Parati, what slide did you say?
9. It's called out in 8.4, landscaping and lawns.
Nope. Go back. There you go.
Yeah, so I think the Bartlett thing, as you read it, talks about 2 trees. This might be what the caller is saying. He says something about, or whoever this is, a large ash and a large willow oak, which is 2, and they're saying 3. I think that's what she was saying, is a discrepancy.
I mean, I think this is minor. It's, you know, what's shown on the site plan, which is what I would always point to, that's going to become what is a drawing where we can point to a tree location, one that's being removed, one that's being planted. How I'm reading it on slide 16 is there are 3 trees removed, 3 maturing trees removed, 3 being put in its place, 1, 7, and 6. The rest are ornamental trees, which provide, in my opinion, adequate or, additional buffer. Not to get on another topic, but still related to site, I think this parking lot is being touched enough that the driveway could be reworked, which would provide added green space for screening for parked cars. So if the parking lot, or the driveway apron is reduced, that would help in shielding some of these from the community.
Okay.
So that could be something that we could request, and I think is a good compromise.
So where the tree is minimal or whatever, I guess my question is, do we require an arborist commenting on each tree that needs to come out, even if it's going to be replaced 1 for 1?
I think you already have comments about the 2 trees. The 3rd tree will never survive if that's where they're putting in the corner of the building, regardless if it has a tree letter or not.
Yeah. And I like what you just said, Commissioner Barth. I think that's some potential direction we can give with reworking that driveway to further screen that exposed part of the new building. Okay. All right, let's keep going down the list. Cornices and trims, 7.13. Was that addressed sufficiently?
I think we were provided additional details. The content of those details, I think, need help, but they did address it, in my opinion.
Okay. Do you want to talk about what help that, I mean, do we want to?
Expand on that?
Yeah. Thank you.
For example, the porches, I think we have some column and beam alignments that need to be reworked. I think, let's see, Candace, if we go to slide 23, you'll see those details expanded upon. And then if you look at the elevations, similarly, the ideal way elevation, just graphically, I feel like in looking at it in elevation form, like I said, we have some beam and column alignment issues that I think need to be addressed, as well as what's the other elevation? So I think we need just more there. They provided some, but we need more. Like, I think we need a detail through the porch.
Okay. All right. Moving to windows and doors, provide window sample due to the fact that the commission has not previously approved this window. So I believe I heard during the presentation that they were moving to, oh, well, I may have misunderstood that they were moving to approvable previously.
Yeah, it looks like they're doing, Sierra Pacific double hungs.
The Sierra Pacific H3 double hung window is a window that we don't approve. It's
Okay.
a hybrid window of vinyl, aluminum, and wood components, like all three. So a Geldwin sightline or Sierra has other lines that we do approve if they wanted to use this particular brand. If
Okay.
not, we do have other windows that are approvable.
That seems like, an easy staff, work with
Yeah.
staff deal.
Okay.
There are some issues with the windows, however.
Okay.
Sorry to jump in here. They did provide a shutter detail, which they appear operable, especially if we're looking at that same sheet 25, slide 25, excuse me. We have hinges and shutter dogs, which are good to see, which is what we approve. I would be comfortable, like you said, going to staff to look at the window spec. Obviously, we would not approve of the H3 if it hasn't been in the past. Also on the Kenilworth elevation, I believe there was a comment about some ganged windows. On the right-hand side, there's like a box bay on the main floor. If they are ganged, they would need to be indicated just like the other ganged windows, which have a adequate mole gap. And then another note, the window above what they're calling as the entrance or connector between the buildings, I believe the light pattern in that is too horizontally oriented and would need to be more vertical like the other windows as well.
Okay. All right, that's windows. Thank you, Commissioner. Windows and doors. Lighting. Do we feel like the lighting has been addressed?
I'll respond to that since I guess I made the comments last time.
Okay.
I feel like it's been tweaked, but I'm still not satisfied. We have some lights almost entirely around the outside of this building. Typically in the districts, we see lights in the form of sconces at like building entrances. So we have some along the parking lot elevation that are kind of just randomly placed. You know, I would prefer to see those as site lighting in the form of like post lights or parking lot lights or landscape lights, that sort of thing. On the building like this, you don't see this. So like speaking of context, looking into the community, you know, around the side of somebody's house, there's not a light placed on a elevation that nobody's coming out of or walking into or something like that. Additionally, I think the lights again could be lowered a little bit more to respond to like the human scale and things like that. They're kind of high. I think that would help in improving the pedestrian scape.
Okay. Okay, anything else on the lighting? That was some really good direction.
On slide 19, which I think is just the next one up. Actually, I'm sorry, it would be the parking lot LO. Oh yeah, that's the one. There's a light hanging on the chimney stack to the left. And just might be something to look at in terms of, is there a neighborhood, you know, is there any kind of precedent for, you know, for something like that?
Yeah, and I think that kind of feeds into what Commissioner Barth, they probably just need to look at all of the usage of the lighting and where they're placed and kind of apply the approach of where the lighting will actually be used by pedestrians versus almost decorative
Yeah,
elements.
I think, I don't know if this gets into designing it for our applicants, but if I was to go through parking lot elevation, there shouldn't be any lights on the facade there. You know, there's no entry, there's no exit, there's, you know, I'd have to look at the site plan, but I don't think there's a walkway, but if that was the case, then it would be handled with site lighting, not building lighting. On the courtyard elevation, you know, we have some lights along the stair and the path interior to the building, but then there is a sconce sort of mounted on the green wall to the left. Like, I don't think that needs to be there. You know, per our context and our historic precedents, this would be near the doorway, you know. So things like that, I think it just needs to be addressed a little bit more.
Okay. All right, let's move to materials. Looking again at materials with Hardy Artisan. So it looks like materials were addressed on slide 24. Objections to what was provided? No? Okay, looks like that might have been addressed there.
I think we need
Oh.
some, so on slide, oh shoot, it's lying to me. The slide above this one, 23 maybe. You scroll up, Candace, there you go, keep going. There, it's not really called out what it says: fascia, soffit, freeze board. I think we need clarification on what that material is. The siding is called out as Hardy Artisan, but we need the components of the eave in all conditions, you know, the rest of the material is called out, just so that we know we're not, you know that they understand we're not saying you can use Hardy Artisan everywhere, or Hardy whatever everywhere.
Okay.
This, I don't know where this falls, but the painted planter box just below that detail to match siding. I don't think that's possible, one. So I would just, I don't know if a planter box isn't even in our purview, I'm not sure, but, you're not gonna make a planter box out of hardy siding, so if that's part of this application and we're supposed to be commenting on it. I think some more thought needs to be put into that. I mean, what is it? What's the dimension? I mean, it's not gonna be hardy siding, I promise you.
Okay. Thank you, commissioners. All right, let's keep on trucking. Sidewalks and parking, 8.3, re-looking at the stair and walkway design. I think they did that. At least the stairs, right? On the new building?
I did look at it. I think
They look.
not designing it for them. I think we're probably being a little vague on purpose last time. I was kind of hoping that maybe the stair would become an architectural element, not just from what they did do was, they did improve what they had before rather than it looking like a deck coming down. It looks more like a built-in feature. It's more concealed. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Other commissioners, was the sidewalks and parking addressed? Wait, no, that's not what I was on. Yeah. Provide additional details, look back at staff notes for additional details. Not sure what that was for. I'm guessing it was the material details and windows.
Just talked about or was talking about the calling out what the soffit detail is.
Okay.
Detail is what.
Okay. Okay, so that one still stands. It looks like we still need those details to be added to those material sheets.
I think we need further description of materials. I think we need more details, like I mentioned, through the porch, a porch section cut where we need to see just how the eave is working in that condition. Because we do get fairly specific on that column and beam alignment, trim and everything else. And then we need, like I mentioned earlier, the material finishes called out accurately on the eave details.
I'd like to see a detail or a section on that box bay on what is that trim detail? It looks like it's corner board and then flat stock and then.
Like panelized.
Yeah.
Panelized thing, yeah.
And then that reveal above the windows just looks large in this elevation. Is that real?
It does. It seems a little high-hatted, but I do appreciate the fact that they've detailed it out, Commissioner Taylor. So maybe some precedent examples on that would be helpful. I think in the past, mostly on residential projects, we've requested that the eave have a tighter relationship over window headers, especially for a smaller architectural element, going back to human or pedestrian scale and all that sort of stuff.
Okay. So are we saying, what are we saying needs to change, needs to be adjusted?
I think we just need some more information on, like, this is kind of a new element. Sorry, Commissioner Till, you brought this up, but I'm speaking, so jump in if I'm, putting words in your mouth.
Line one up for you.
Yeah. I think we need some more analysis from the applicant. I think, as Commissioner Taylor pointed out, that relationship, for a smaller architectural element, the condition seems out of character for what we'd approve in a historical context. I think we'd either like historic pictures showing this condition that they've drawn it, or we would request that the eave to window head relationship be reduced. So it's more, am I saying Yeah, how would you guys put this? That makes sense?
Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
Okay, remember that. We're closed for deliberation right now. All right. Next one is foundation 7.11. I do believe that they did address the foundation height. No, yes, no, maybe so.
Just question, Candace, are we not really paying attention to the Kenilworth Avenue streetscape because it's not in the,
Yeah, well, anything past outside that sidewalk is outside the district. Along Kenilworth.
so I'm looking at, oh yeah, this one, 19. So
I think this is, oh
is
yeah.
this within our purview, this elevation here?
I mean, the whole building's in your purview. It's just that the context along that street is outside the district.
Okay, let me just say this then, because I feel bad if we closed or if we moved on and I didn't. I know that, let me first and foremost say that this has absolutely come a long way. Absolutely, from the first time we saw it. This particular elevation, yes, it's been broken down. Massing has been broken down with materials and differentiation and roofs and all of that. But I would draw your attention back to 330 East Boulevard, where we talked about the massing. I don't know if you could go to the streetscape, Candace. 330 East Boulevard, where, you know, multifamily, albeit not commercial, we were trying to break up the massing and trying to not have a wall. Now, granted, there is differentiation, but when I look at the Kenilworth Avenue streetscape, this is what we requested of this building here. Yes, let's look on all of the sides, but definitely the side that faces East Boulevard. When we wanted them to break up the massing, we looked at spacing also. And if you'll go in front of it, Candace, no, the other side. This is what we asked for, right? And so it also increases the pedestrian interest on this side because you have the sidewalk here and then you have an actual entrance into the courtyard. There is no, for lack of a better way to put it, overhanging connector that, just imagine an overhanging connector with a lower roof on this particular site. It just does create the feeling of a continuous building as opposed to what we requested here, which I think works beautifully. And so it seems like the consensus is we're cool with it. I'm not cool with it. And I'm not cool with it because I know what we've requested in the past. And in the interest of making it better, again, there's more pedestrian interest there because you have the sidewalk and then you have a walkway into the courtyard, which is inviting. It increases the connectivity to Kenilworth. I mean, there's a beautiful sidewalk there. And so I think just because we've had a tremendous amount of change, which kudos on that, I think that we would be remiss not to push further. And now I've said it, so thank you.
I agree. I mean, I think this is challenging because, you know, we're looking at two different architectural styles here between what this applicant has presented. You know, this is, I don't know, how would you classify this? A colonial revival sort of design. I think the left massing or piece of the building is more successful than the right. You know, the rhythm and it's a longer piece, so that hurts it a little bit. The little box bay on the side helps. So I agree, Commissioner Parati.
Also, think about on East Boulevard, the animal hospital, right? They wanted and needed to connect the two buildings. And I think that this is something the applicant should hear. We had, and I can't remember the address, it's the Animal Medical Hospital and what used to be a talent agency. Now it's a larger, the two buildings needed to connect because they needed access from one building to the next. And we had a connector. They requested a connector, and albeit it's a glass connector that was set further back, again, because spacing was important, is important to honoring the streetscape, while at the same time, creating this illusion of space that that keeps with the rhythm of this particular street. And so, you know, if the buildings need to connect, we can be, applicants have been creative in making that happen, while at the same time, honoring what is currently happening in the district. Just because we don't have great precedent from which to choose doesn't mean that we just like go wild, wild west and allow whatever to happen. And, you know, not to offend, because this application has come a long way. So I hope you hear me when I say that. However, I feel like for us to say, oh, let's stop here because, you know, what else can we do? We've done things in the past that have honored what is currently there.
Commissioner Prady, I think maybe what you're getting at, and I 100% agree. I think the connector piece is hurting this because it doesn't seem like I think what we're trying to achieve here on this Kenilworth elevation is two separate buildings to help with the rhythm across that streetscape. But the connector hurts it because all we really have here is a punched opening in a really long building.
Like, go further.
Yeah, so that connector maybe needs to be a little bit more delicate and
Which is
recessed.
what we requested from these other applicants. And granted, the architectural styles are different, but the sentiment is the same.
Mhm.
Okay. All right, let's keep going. Cause that was foundations. And now I'm asking now. Are we okay with the foundation?
But not sorry.
All right, so site plan, provide an accurate site plan, providing details about screening, the backflow preventer, and any other site features and mechanical units, including condensing units.
think
Is
we-
that provided?
I think we need more screening on the backflow preventer. Especially because it's gonna be seen across the parking lot from the historic side of the neighborhood. I think they've addressed the other site features, at least that I could see on the site plan, because all the HVAC equipment's been moved to the roof. And then they've provided details for the trash can enclosures as well.
Okay. So more with screening the backflow preventer.
It's a mouthful.
Yeah. Okay. And then the final item on the list, number 12, is fences and walls. We need details for the retaining wall.
I think they provided no.
Okay.
That would be slide 23, detail 7.
Mhm.
It's just a double width brick wall
And on top is some kind of
cap.
cap.
Looks like a roll lock cap. You know, if we were to be nitpicky, I'd say we need some more notes on that.
Okay.
And I guess we need to see a brick sample.
Brick sample.
Or do we only usually do that when we're trying to match?
When we're trying to match,
Gotcha.
or if it's, well, no, that's not true, because we want to make sure that the brick is historic.
Well, they have
Color.
Old Carolina Brick Company. I can't read that.
I feel like that's a staff thing, if
They can work with staff.
yeah.
All right.
Are you comfortable with this brick? Because it is a new construction. Or do you want, like, you didn't like the brick when they were trying to match it to the existing building. So this is
I think we'd want to see, I mean, typically what we would request is more of a red brick.
Mhm.
That's what we see in Charlotte, which they have one, the one on the right. Sounds like they're open to it. The one on the left looks more like a Alabama or.
We're close.
So yeah, red brick. I mean,
that's great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Do we need a detail on the material of the gates? We haven't discussed that. And I can't, unless someone sees it called out somewhere. I don't see that, any notes on that.
potentially we may, well, yeah, we may be
What is
requesting a restudy of that, but
here, this double drive gate?
oh, that gate?
No,
Talking about the
I'm
entry
talking
gate.
about the gates on Kenilworth, and then there's another set of gates next to the stair on the rear
Yeah, they look like iron gates, but they're not
elevation. But yeah,
called.
there's nothing, there's no material called out on that.
Sounds like we
that
just
I
need
see.
more material call outs everywhere.
Okay. Okay, okay.
And Candace, we typically don't. 24, slide 24, could you go there, the trash enclosure for the fence detail? We typically don't have, like, usually the tops of fences are capped off. Is this detail not in keeping with our standards?
Yeah, we would like to see it capped off at the top,
And
most
trimmed down,
definitely, and possibly the bottom, but typically the top.
Gotcha.
Okay. So was anybody keeping note of how many things we? Okay, so we've gotten through the whole list of the reason why this is continued.
We did not have this as a continuation, as part of our continuation, but are we going to address the orientation of the? Yeah.
Thanks for reminding me. I had a strong opinion here and we were going through and I forgot to mention something. I disagree with the orientation thing. I mean, yes, the parcel, the existing building is facing Charlotte Drive. I look at this, I know it's completely different, but I look at this how we would address like an ADU. Or like we did for that one in Wilmore. I don't remember what it's called, but it's on a corner lot and we had that facing, I guess
Yeah.
it's 3rd Street or whatever it was, 4th Street maybe, connector. To me, I mean, there's no way you could make this building address Charlotte. I mean, it's in the back of the property. I think, it's a sensitive, they address Ideal Way, and it's on the corner and they address Kenilworth. I think it's, reads as a secondary elevation, but the property as a whole is viewed as entering from Charlottetown in the existing buildings and with the driveway going into the parking lot. So I think we're good there, from my opinion, barring like a restudy of the connector piece like we discussed. So, seeing how that looks.
Commissioner Barth, we didn't talk about orientation on those because those were, like, this isn't an ADU, right?
Yeah.
It's an addition, it's new construction.
It's
Yeah,
new construction, not
Right.
an addition.
yeah,
Just-
that's what I did. I thought
Okay.
that's what I said. So I don't see how we could take what we did for those and apply it to this.
I think I don't know what you're asking.
Yeah, I lost it midway. I guess what I'm saying, no, what I am saying is that I don't think that we can use those examples I don't think that that fits for this particular project.
Give me my example of the ADU.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it might actually help a lot,
Mm-hmm.
because ADUs
Separate
are an
building.
accessory structure that is new construction on the same lot.
That are secondary to the primary.
Mhm.
So would you consider this secondary?
I guess the point is we don't have a guideline specifically for that, for a commercial structure,
Mhm.
for a secondary, another build, what do you say,
Right,
another building.
this is basically infill to this lot.
I think it addresses what it can address. It addresses the ideal
exactly.
way and addresses Kenilworth Avenue. And I just because I would be remiss if I didn't point it out, but I get your point on the connector, and I'm not disagreeing it, but that literally is a sidewalk to nowhere on Kenilworth Avenue. I mean, it is, there is nobody walking on that side of the street except for that section of the street, because it is garage is on the right side and it's back of the building. There is no sidewalk on the left. It is,
Sure.
I'm just making sure everybody's
Right,
aware of that.
yeah.
It is.
Outside of the rendering, no one's walking over there.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It is.
But there is a
taking it off your own
sidewalk there.
hands.
There is a sidewalk well, there,
Up to like that property
right.
line.
Yeah.
Bike lane.
Yeah, so it's still,
I'm just making
Yeah.
that point that, just so everybody's aware, if everybody's not driven by this, it is a tough little section right in there.
whoever makes a motion on this one, if we don't address orientation, I think that we should say why this is special. So help me understand, what is the concern with the orientation? The address isn't the primary elevation. The address as it is now, which is Charlotte Drive. Orient the front entrance of, no, I'm on the wrong thing. Hold on. Let me get back to
We
it.
also just, in the workshop, it hasn't been an applicant or not, but the zoning had the address on one street, but clearly the front entrance was on the other side of the street. I don't know if that's applicable here, but there's an instance of clearly the zoning is on Dilworth Road East, but the mailbox, the front entrance, the sidewalk, all that is on Dilworth Road West.
I wouldn't say that's an exception. I'd more say that's an anomaly.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of a odd parcel from the past too. Like, it sounds like a leftover thing that just kind of happened. For this, I mean, like, to me, it's like the back door of this property. These two buildings kind of act in unison with one another. They are separate, but they're extension of each. They're courtyard buildings. And I think, there's no other way to address it. This is a peninsula lot. So if you put something in the back of the lot, it's not going to be able to address the front.
Yeah, no, sorry. So it was addressing the front. Remember, they had the original front door that is no longer a front door in orientation. One, orient the front entrance of the new, well, yeah, they can't, new non-residential construction to the street. So I guess what we would say is, due to the conditions of the site and where these new buildings are being placed, that's not possible. And orient the primary elevation to the primary street and address the secondary side street if the non-residential building is to be constructed on a corner lot. And I'm kind of confused about how to make this right, but it's addressed and we should address it.
To me, this is a separate issue. There's an existing condition. We have a violation of a sidewalk or a sidewalk connector to the front
Right.
existing building haven't been removed. To me, the new structure which we're reviewing is a separate issue, but there's no
So
other way.
then we should specify that in any motion that's made.
Just a clarifying question either for the commission or for staff. Did the application encompass all of the structure or was the application only for the new structure and the parking?
Exactly.
The address includes, the address leads me to believe that it's the whole structure because it's 1921 Charlotte Drive.
If the application could reasonably be said to include the entirety of the property, and that is something the commission needs to determine, then you are within your power to address that particular violation at this juncture, or you may elect to have that be a separate application. But that is only if you can say that this application, the current application that you have at this moment that you're evaluating, includes all of those aspects.
I think this is 7.6 number 2. I mean, speaks to it directly. Orient the primary elevation to the primary street and address secondary side, which we have 2 sides of the non-residential building to be constructed on a corner lot, which we kind of are. I mean, it's a 3-sided lot. You know, I think we just need to say, you know, Charlotte Drive is the primary elevation. It faces the historic neighborhood. That needs to be, maybe we put this in the motion, that needs to be maintained. And if there's a violation.
But it's not, it's no longer the primary, remember? Like, that is no longer the primary. The primary is the interior where that little pad, that landing pad striped situation is. No, to the left, down. That is the primary entrance. Is it not? Is that correct? I thought that's what they said. It used to be over here on Charlotte Drive. It is now where your cursor is.
I think we need to tell them that it needs to be brought back.
But it goes into a room, a guest room.
They're not making changes to this structure. This sidewalk not being connected is a violation in which we can have them put back, but they're not changing anything to this structure that isn't already existing. Like they didn't change this front entrance in any way, like build out. It does lead to a room, which is not our purview, but that door, that whole front entrance is still existing.
So then how do we,
I don't think we should address orientation.
how can we not? It's part
This
of
is
our.
all still
Because we
existing.
didn't, that's,
It's part of our it's part of what we're evaluating this application for. I just want to make sure that whatever we do, we have a tight case for it.
but this isn't what we're addressing the application. We're addressing the application for that parking lot and that building that's going in the back.
Which is part of chapter 7, because it's new construction, and it is 7.6. So it's a part of all of it.
So I think in terms of orientation, is this building oriented in a way that faces the front street or doesn't?
Or if it's not, we need to say why this is different. And I don't know the answer to
I
that.
think we do that by 7.6 number 2. You know, it's addressing the secondary street frontages, and those entrances need to be secondary to the main entrance, which is of the non-conforming building that the applicant has said we know is ugly. So I think those entrances and those connections from Charlotte Drive need to be reestablished and reinforced. And then the entrances on all other sides need to be secondary and shown as such.
I completely agree with you, Chris Barth. It's just that there is no making that the primary anymore. That is not.
But that's a usage. And right now, whether you want to use this as the front door or not is
Okay.
not your
All right, that I
problem.
yeah.
I mean, it's there, right?
Mhm.
As long as we get this sidewalk connected back, this is still technically the front of this building, whether they go
Fantastic.
in the side or not.
They're not
It's not
messing with it,
yours.
they're not changing
They're
it,
not
it's always been
changing
the
it, they're
front,
not doing
whether
anything.
it's strong enough or not
Right.
is regardless, it's been there. It's
Yeah, they
always been
haven't
there.
done, except for the sidewalk thing, they haven't done anything to the front of this house. So this is still technically the.
As long as we're addressing it in a way that speaks to our standards, I'm good with that.
Okay. All right. Good conversation.
We're learning a lot about it.
But we need to make sure we keep it moving, y'all. We are only on case number 5.
True that.
All right, so considering everything that we've discussed, do we have a motion? And we'll help each other out because we have plenty of standards to reference. A lot on materials.
I haven't been taking a lot of notes, but I could try.
Okay.
You're not alone, Commissioner Barth. We're here as a team.
All right, I'm gonna move to continue this application for the following, things. I'm gonna go ahead and just throw context in there, 7.3 and as a general note. I think as Commissioner Parati pointed out, a lot of these things link back to it, and I would prefer the applicant to continue to be looking inside the historic district and other historic examples that we can draw from. For massing, 7.7 would request additional restudy of the connector between the two building masses. Trees and lawns, 8 point. Well, I thought we were good on trees and
We were.
lawns. Well, I got 8.4, I'm gonna actually throw this in here. 8.4 for trees and lawns. Would extend to the applicant, that we would prefer the driveway cut, since we are, I'm gonna put this as a,
Where is that side when
Let's
you
do
say park?
oh, we get down into park. No, this is still trees and lawns, I think. Because, anyway, sorry, I'm all over the map. Would request that the applicant reduce the driveway cut because we are modifying the parking lot so extensively to help aid in screening from the historic district into that parking lot and the site in general. Additionally, requesting more vegetative screening in that location, as well as provide additional screening around the backflow preventer, on the back of the parking lot.
Gotta be aware that the city might allow us to, or allow us to. I'm thinking that it's a good possibility the city will not allow them to close that it was probably made that size because of zoning and, DOT.
Are you thinking for fire?
Yeah, and so one car isn't stuck. I guess it probably has to do with the number of spaces. But I mean, we just we gotta realize that that's probably something we can't dictate.
So you can certainly ask for screening, but in terms of parking in general, we really don't get into that for commercial use. So yeah, the underlining zoning would trump at that point.
Could we not just ask them to come back if zoning says they can't reduce it?
You can ask them to explore it, but I don't know if you're gonna get.
I think maybe we ask the applicant to explore that with zoning and to come back to us with an answer. Because this does affect how this new construction and the parking requirements are viewed from the historic district. So I think we have purview over that, in my opinion.
Sure.
Can't we reference 8.3 for this number 9 through 13? Which is it refers to the screening, like 11 is parking must be screened in some manner so that the parking is not the dominant feature of the property. I mean, it kind of is dominant.
Yeah, you have purview over screening,
Yeah.
but in terms of like making the parking lot larger, or smaller, that's gonna be the underlining zoning, which I think Commissioner Barth is asking them to explore.
Right.
It's number 13.
13.
Yeah.
Curb cuts to parking areas should be limited to 2 lanes and not extended beyond minimum required widths.
28's a little wild.
8.3, number 13.
Number 13.
So thank you for the informative discussion. I would like to add 8.3, number 13, and we'll go ahead and throw 9 through 12 in there as well for screening requirements. Would like additional information for cornices and trim. 7.13, requesting additional material callouts, as well as a section cut through the bay, the box bay facing Kenilworth Avenue, as well as the covered porches, with attention to detail on the column to beam alignments.
Can we repeat the standard for the parking lot? I'm sorry.
It was
8.3, number 13. And 9 through 12. And 9 through 12. 8.3, number 13 for the parking areas and the lanes required, as well as 9 through 12 for other screening and parking requirements.
Thank you.
For doors and windows, would request that the applicant add appropriate mole gaps between the box bay ganged windows.
7.14.
0.14.
And don't we still need an appropriate window? It's acceptable.
Yeah. And well, I think we said we can work with staff.
It's limited.
But since we're going to see him back here, request that the applicant work with staff on providing a appropriate window specification that is approved, that we've approved for new construction. Would also ask the applicant to study the light proportions on the connector window to be more vertically oriented for the divided light sash.
If they keep the connector. What about number 6 for the shutters?
I'm sorry, what are you asking?
I do believe you mentioned something about shutters.
I said they look great.
Yeah.
Would like to comment saying that the shutters appear to be operable and use the appropriate hardware. Would request they continue to do so and maybe provide additional information stating that on the elevations. Going into lighting 8.11, asking that the applicant provide only lighting in entrances and exits, as well as vertical circulation as per is typical in our districts. No lighting shall be placed as ornamental features on non-pedestrian sides of the building, as well as the lights should be lowered to more of a pedestrian level.
Lighting is 8.12.
Well, is that for site lighting, Commissioner
It's
Prati?
just wrong in the notes, but it's 8.12.
Okay, 8.12. Okay. Materials. Again, this goes back to my comments on cornices and trim, but we need some additional information on what the materials are more than just the siding. We need to know frieze boards, fascias, columns, box beams, the panelized box bay. We need more information on what that material is and some dimensions, which I think will shine through in the sections that we've requested.
Also guideline 7.16 materials.
7.16. I think we covered sidewalks and parkings.
Anything to do with the gates and the fence?
Yes, thank you. Gates would request additional information on the connector piece gate. Stating its material and some other information such as dimensions. And that would be
8.6 through 8.7.
say that again.
8.6.
8.6
8.7.
and 8.7.
Fences and walls.
Did I cover the massing of the connector? I think so.
You did.
And then fences and for fences, walls 8.6 through 8.8. Requesting that the commission would prefer the red brick sample as shown on their documents and to work with staff for the exact spec and colors. And additionally, would ask the applicant to review the trash can enclosure fence detail to be more in keeping with our guidelines and to also work with staff for that.
You get the backflow?
Yes.
Will you address orientation? I don't think you did, Commissioner Barth.
And 7.6, I'm going to throw in number 1 as well as number 2, requesting that the applicant reestablish the Charlotte sidewalks and entrances to the existing building so that we are reinforcing the primary entrance to this property and realizing that the entrances along Ideal Way and Kenilworth should be looked at as secondary and designed as such. Sound good?
You said 7.6 already.
Mhm.
Okay, perfect. All right. We have a very well stated motion by Commissioner Barth, seconded by
Kim Parati.
Commissioner Parati. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to continue passes 8-0. Thank you so much.
With staff, you kept saying, work with staff, who is staff? Your staff. Thank you very much.
All of these beautiful women here. Well,
Thank
we'll
you.
help you.
Sure.
Can we do like a 2-minute?
Do you need a break?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll take a
It's probably gonna be more like 10, right?
10-minute break.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
Hello and welcome back to the September 11th HDC meeting. Our next application is 1411, 1413 West 4th Street. And I believe our applicant is online. Angie, are you?
I'm here.
You're here.
I'm here. I've been here. I've been
Been here.
waiting.
So you've been sworn in?
I have. I said yes.
Yes, okay. Okay, again, this is 1411, 1413 West 4th Street. The proposed project is the second level rear addition with dormers that extends above the roof. This application was previously seen, and a list of continued items are listed on page 1 of the staff memo. Angie, if you could state your name and address for the court reporter, and then let me know where you'd like to start.
Sure. Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte 28208. And thank you. So as you know, this project was continued for a few reasons. And I think one of the bigger things was the height. And I'm just going to jump in. So if you can go to the plans or the elevations, Candace, and while you're scrolling. So the original package that you had before you, we had raised the ridge by 4 feet. We discussed in July that it was just a little bit too much, that 3 feet was probably the max tolerance that we could achieve. And so we did, so these are the photos. So slides 6, 7, 8, and 9 are all existing conditions. And if you look at starting with slide 12, you can see the comparison of existing, what we had presented in July. It is now September, so pardon the August. So on the bottom right of slide 12, you can see we did reduce the ridge. In doing that, we also rethought the chimney on the front. So it's going to be ventless gas so that we don't have to raise the chimney and add any more brick to the front. Slide number 13 gives you a presentation of existing right side elevation. The July presentation is on the bottom of slide 13. Slide 14 shows the reduction in height by a foot. So slide 14. Thank you. So you can see that we reduced the height, and by reducing the height, what happened was we could not get a window into that extended gable. So we did eliminate one of the windows in the extended gable. So we also reduced the window in the existing brick. Originally, it had a small radius. We were not able to get an egress window that would fit within any of that opening. So this is the smallest masonry, or the smallest window. It is a casement that looks like a double hung in the brick. And then we also reduced not just the height by a foot, we brought in the rear wall another foot from where it was and created that pent roof on the back. So we reduced the height by a foot, reduced the length by a little more than a foot overall. And then the next slide, slide 15, gives you and I'll get into windows in a minute, but you can see the reduction in height. We did have to change the pitch of the back gable, and by doing that, we had to reduce we could not get any more fenestration in the back. The plate height of the dormers is only at 7 feet and just slightly under, depending on the insulation and the furring down that we'll use. But there is a detail of that. What we're going to do on the brick that we're removing on the back we are going to reuse that same brick on the sides where we're enclosing what was a window or was a door made into a window, and now it's going to be a window but repaired. So if you go to slide 16 or slide 14, you can see where was a side door and they turned it into a window, or it was turned into a window because it was a bedroom made into an egress window. We're turning it back into the kitchen. And on slide 17, you'll see that that window below the window is going to be brick. So we're filling in the brick. And there was a comment in the staff analysis regarding the horizontal nature versus the vertical nature of the muttons on that particular window. But if you look at the double window that's immediately to the right of the new proposed window, those window patterns are horizontal. And if you can zoom in on that, thank you. So the double windows are horizontal in nature, and that is based on proportion of the opening, not necessarily the style. I mean, we could change that to 8/8, but it would not fit the 6/6 pattern that was historically on this house. So the C window on both sides is going to fit the width of that original masonry opening, and all we're doing is filling in the brick on the bottom. The salvage brick, the offset walls, you could see the rear. I think Scott Whitlock, Commissioner Whitlock, had the comment about the pent roof detail on the rear and how that was going to be addressed. Well, by shifting the entire second floor in by a foot helped that the roof detail on the rear. Let's see, shed roof, we talked about reduction of height. Cornice and trim. So section 6.14, I think, was mentioned last time, that the details in the gable on the sides match the detail of the trim. So that little bit of a flare, not a pork chop roof eave detail, but that flared detail to match. So that also does match the little, everything where we have an eave detail, and including the window above B, the small gable at the top also has that slight flared detail. 6.6, 6.14. I believe that's it. We reduced the height, reduced the length, eliminated any excess that we had. There's very minimal. The house, as you know, we can't go any further back and we can't go up. So we are, this is as tight and as pinched as we can get and still maintain head height on the second floor. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to commissioners.
There are no callers.
All right. Okay, commissioners, questions for the applicant?
I don't have a question, but I do have a comment just in seeing the design evolve from the time it was before the commission previously. It's I think you've taken the commissioner's comments and the design evolution is in keeping with standards, number one, but number two is also it's pleasing, in terms of the scale, the massing, the fenestration. So I just wanted to say, I think, well done.
Thank you. And this is Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I can't see faces, all I can hear are voices, so.
I agree. Thank you for listening to us. This is Commissioner Lineberger. I do have a question. What are the windows? What windows are you using? I didn't see I see the detail drawn out, but I didn't hear you specify if you did.
So, there's a variety. Geldwin is what we usually spec, or Colby as far as the, nomenclature of it. But we haven't gotten to the final construction documents yet. So I would ask that it's going to be a wood window. We're going to work with staff on the details and the manufacturer. So we haven't specified a window yet, but it will be wood.
Okay, thank you, Angie.
Angie, I know you brought this up, window C, that you're trying to mimic the divided light ganged windows to the, adjacent to that. At least from the picture, they seem to be replacement windows with GBG grills. So,
Yeah.
I mean, as you know, we want to go to something that's more in keeping. I mean, we just don't do the horizontal panes on this era of homes and this style of homes. So I would strongly request that you consider going to an 8/8 or some other type of window to achieve that vertical orientation.
So I'm glad you mentioned that. So historically, it was mentioned that this house had original 6/6 windows. And we have no evidence of that. I know that, yes, these are all kind of replacement windows. When that happened, I have no idea. I have no knowledge of it. So the only thing I see is what's here. Although I will point out, there's another project that I am working on, and it was mentioned that the 6/6 kind of horizontal oriented muttons are not original, but yet they were. And I can say that just based on proportions of this, I really don't think this house would have had an 8/8 in a kitchen. It would have made the windows patterns very small. And so I would ask for if I can present some detail to staff over this, because there's only, these two windows that we're talking about. And so if we look at, historic, they weren't all vertical in nature. So I just asked for a little bit of possible leniency on that. So they would have been 6/6, whatever the proportion was. So, but
let me ask this, and I'm looking at the left elevation. Well, we can stay here to the right elevation. The header height seems to be lower on this opening. Is this actually the built condition?
Yes, if you look at the photographs, that was an original door.
Because it was a door, and usually they had the windows higher.
Yes.
So would you be open to I know, I'm assuming we have a counter here below this windowsill. Would you be open to reducing the backsplash height and getting this closer to the counter, or is there no room for that?
I mean, that's fine. The floor plans are in here. If you want to just flip to the floor plans real quick. They're towards the back, page 21. And so, the proposed.
Yeah, we got a counter there.
Yeah. I mean, if we can do it, I would hate to go below counter. Not very good detail, not at all. Just a water infiltration problem. But if it means reducing the backsplash or having no backsplash, we're fine with that. I just know that, just trying to match the height from the bottom up, not from the top down, if that makes sense.
I think my vote would be, especially not, in my experience, the panes historically have been vertically oriented. Granted, I know windows change all the time. Or maybe there is an example, but we don't have that here in front of us for us to see and relate to. So my initial vote would be vertically oriented panes. However you achieve that is up to you. It could be a casement window, could be a lower sill, it could be 8/8. I know we've done that on houses where they've traditionally been 6/6, but it's a different window proportion, a different window size where we go to 8/8. So I think we're fine to work with staff unless we'll go through that on deliberation, but
And
long-
also too, I'm sorry, Candace.
As long as the commission is okay with doing a proportion that, matches. So even 4/4 might bring you to the
Yeah,
proportion where you
or a
can,
9-light casement or something.
yeah, whatever the proportion.
And that's fine. Or, honestly, that window, the reason we put it in is because it was a door. It was the door, became a window. Now it's going back to a window of a different height. And this is actually the July version. If you go to the next page, it's this is the August version. And so, we could close it up completely if that helps, and use the same brick if that makes a difference, but I would hate to do that. So,
Can't you just raise the header?
it's the original header. We can look at doing that. We were trying to use the existing opening, as far as its width and the header height, but, we're
Typically,
modifying brick.
yeah, typically in these situations, we like to keep the header height where it was because then it tells the story that it was once a door and not faking the history of a window originally.
I wonder too if we're getting down the weeds on something so small, but I mean, it's kind of, I don't know, they're important details. I wonder if instead of toothing in the new, or, the reused brick, if we celebrate that opening and have it like an inch recessed or something and still maintain that as a,
You can still reuse the brick and have it recessed a little bit so
Yeah.
that,
Or have a cold joint, right? Like a cut joint, and it's what they
Exactly.
did in the back. So if you look at the photos of the rear, there were windows on the back that they toothed in, and they, not successfully though, but they did. And there's some rear photos that are in here.
Yep.
Keep going right there. Like not the good brick, but
I think I think maybe we do that, Angie. And I mean, we'll talk about this in deliberation, but I mean, if you're open to it, and I think we're comfortable working with staff, with some direction from the commissioners.
Yeah, and that's fine. And there is one other window detail. So if you look at the back left elevation, there was a window that has 6/6, but it's a GBG, and we were taking it out and just putting in a 1/1. But then if we replace it, we have to go back with 6/6. So it just doesn't look right. Back left corner, so the left elevation of the proposed, so slide 17, possibly. Yeah, so if you look here, so slide 16 shows the 6/6, but it's a GBG window. So we were taking it out and just putting 1/1 to match the rest of the house. But it's not an original window, so we're leaving it alone, kind of thing. So if we can, so the next slide is just, yeah. So it's kind of just a hodgepodge of windows.
Okay.
So just FYI.
Thank you.
Yep. I think that's it on our end. Chris, I know last time the biggest thing you said was it was just a little bit too high. We lowered it a foot, which on something we're down to inches, but we achieved it. We don't have much attic for duct, but we're going to try to make everything work. So.
All right. Other questions for the applicant? Before we close for deliberation? Okay. All right. Well, let's close. It looks like everything was addressed for the reason we continued. Yeah, take a look at the list real quick. It looks like Secretary of Interior Standards was called out, 2.5 and Chapter 6, but that was it. So the reasons for continuation from July, that these two standards were called out, do we feel like were addressed in the revised application?
I do.
Okay. All right, doors and windows, 6.5 through 6.6. The windows on both sides.
What happens if she finds a historical window that is horizontal?
A picture from this house?
No, like a house that's in the neighborhood of same age likeness where there is, and this is a general question, but you find precedent where there is a horizontal.
It would have to be like the same style of house, the same, like, things would have to line up.
Yeah.
It'd have to be a historic window too.
Yeah,
A lot
historic
of-
window. Yeah.
I guess that would be fine, but we'd need evidence of that.
Yeah. It's just curious. Sorry.
All right. Other questions about the doors and windows, reason for continuation? Were those addressed? The windows on both sides where there were doors? I think that's what we were talking about. Window D, and then window A in the gables. I think that was addressed with the changing of the height. Okay. All right. The next one is cornices and trims. Provide a pent eave rear elevation detail. We get that? Okay. Roof form and materials, 6.13, rework the dormer gable trim on the shed dormer to match the detail at the front elevation. Done. And then massing, 6.8, in addition, 6.2, number 5, the massing of the shed dormer, minimize. And she addressed that by adjusting the height to 3 feet. And the scale of the dormer addressed as well. Yes, no, yes, okay. All right, so it looks like everything, it sounds like everything that was the reason this was continued was addressed, but there were some detail items that we still want to make sure the applicant addresses and potentially could address with staff.
So there's some staff notes here which are helpful to follow, so it may be worthwhile looking at those. HVAC locations and screening, trim details, some gang window things. I mean, I'm cool with that going to staff, if everyone else is.
Yep, I am.
Want a motion?
Oh, look at Scott. Yes, we do.
I'm ready. Yeah. Okay, I move to approve this application as it's not incongruous with our standards per Chapter 6, new construction residential buildings. We would like for the applicant to work with staff on minor changes, including the windows and working on a solution using vertically oriented panes as opposed to the horizontal. And I think that's it.
Do we want to reference standards? Is it 6.15? Or
Well, I just referenced the whole chapter.
the whole chapter? Okay, that's fine.
I'm not a detail guy.
Okay, all right. Well, we have a motion by Commissioner Whitlock. Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Taylor, whose mic is not on. All right, any discussion on the motion?
I have a couple amendments.
Okay.
Appreciate the fact that the applicant has found some existing brick to integrate into the 2 previous door openings. Would request that the applicant work with staff in creating a cold line to maintain the historic door opening for those two locations on the right and left side. Would also request that the applicant work with staff on the window specification, the final window specification. The window trim details for the ganged windows, as well as the new gable end windows. And to provide a trim detail with dimensions for staff, as well as to work out HVAC locations and screening on the site plan. And I can give some things. 6.15 through 6.16 for doors and windows, 6.1 for cornices and trim.
Excellent. Do you accept that amendment?
Yes.
Okay, and Commissioner Taylor? All right, any further discussion? If not, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes, vote to approve with conditions, passes 8-0. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Okay, our next application is 501 North Poplar. The applicant is in the room. This should be fairly quick. It was only continued for a couple of items. Yes. Yeah. Okay, again, this is 501 North Poplar Street, being continued for revisions to new construction, continued for materials. And I believe the applicant in the room said a couple of applicants are online. If we can have the applicants online state whether or not they've been sworn in.
I have not.
I have not.
I have not today.
Okay.
Okay, please raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, if we can take turns saying our name and addresses for the court reporter.
Sure. Ryan Baird, 225 North Cedar Street, apartment 411, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Dom Thompson, 7222 Cobble Creek Drive, Matthews, North Carolina, 28104.
Franco, 1509 Greystone Estates Drive, Belmont, North Carolina, 28012.
Brooke Williams, 161 Village View Drive, apartment 216, Mooresville, North Carolina, 28117.
John Mang, 18 Hummingbird Court, Lake Wiley, South Carolina, 29710.
Okay, thank you. So again, this application was continued for the 3 items that you can see in red. And we also have some supplement information. That's going to be passed around to the commission. It's also online.
Yep, just to confirm, what's being passed around is the same as the September 10th, the supplemental PDF, just the summary table so you can take notes.
Ryan, was that microphone on just now?
It was. Is it working? It seems.
Okay,
You
you're gonna have to lean in.
can also push it up if you need.
All right.
So with that, can I get started?
Yes, you can. Thank you.
Thank you all again for hearing our case again. I appreciate it. We just mentioned the handout, and then along with that, in the supplemental PDF, we did upload a finalized layout of that trench drain that we talked about last time. I don't think we need to go in detail, but that's there for transparency so you can see it. I did want to go to the supplemental PDF on the dividing wall. It would be pages down. Yep, that one right there. Thank you. So next on the dividing wall markups, we show what we intend to separate the trash area that we've talked about. If you do consider this to be a fence, then I believe there's a valid reason we should consider using Chapter 6 as the guiding factor. And the logic for that is spelled out on the right-hand piece of that slide for new construction rather than Chapter 8, which Chapter 8 appears in very specific areas to refer back to Chapter 6. And I personally don't know of a reason it would be treated differently than the trim based on how Chapter 6 is read, but maybe there is a reason. So with that said, really by definition, it's an exterior dividing wall. We treat it whether it's exterior, the same hardy siding, or exterior composite material, whatever is approvable there. Treated as an exterior wall attached to the building. We can design it as a breakaway in a severe weather event, or we can have a post up to kind of the ceiling above. So with that, that's really all I have to say on that one. And next we start going into the window details. And if we could actually go to the next page. Yes, thank you. Okay, and then Bob and Brooke are here on the call for Anderson, and they'll talk more in detail about the window details that we've compared.
Brian, I guess you want me to speak on this, so I'll get started. So what you're looking at is the Anderson A series and E series with JELD-WIN, one of your approved windows alongside them. The A series, just real quick, it was designed through a collaboration of architects from around the country and Anderson designers. And the main premise of the design was to create something that was historically accurate and that would meet the standards of a committee like this. So, that's the hope here. So, but not only does it have to be historically accurate, it also has to perform. So this window is not wood on the exterior. It's Fibrex, which is a proprietary composite material that's made from wood, 40% wood and 60% polymers. It comes pre-finished. There's a 3mm coating on the exterior. So, we can use this product oceanfront. We have 11 colors that you're welcome to paint it, but, obviously you're spending the money for the maintenance-free or the low maintenance exterior. So that's A series in a nutshell. And then the E series is aluminum clad. It's extruded aluminum clad, very similar to some of your other approved products. So if you want to go to the next slide, I think.
Yeah, and just for context, what's in the mock-up here with the siding and trim, that's the A series. That's the first one that Bob spoke on, and the one next to it is the E series, which is an aluminum clad.
So I know there was some concern in the last meeting about shadow lines and the trim not sitting proud of the unit. So I think Ryan's going to address that with a different trim or maybe putting some backer behind the nail fin before the trim's applied. So that should resolve that issue. But we just wanted to show you kind of all three units, an approved window and then the two Anderson windows side by side. And this is the header detail, which is exactly the same as the sides. And you can see from the outside of the frame to the glass on Jeld-Wen is 3 5/16. And it's exactly the same with Anderson A series at 3 5/16. And then the E series is 3 1/4, so 16th inch difference. The rest of the dimensions are pretty similar. Jeld-Wen's, protrudes out from the edge of the sash a little bit farther, but we're going to make that up with the trim. So if you want to go to the next slide down. So here's the check rail. So this is basically the bottom of the top sash and the top of the bottom sash where the lock is. And you can see Jeld-Wen's at 2 1/8. We're the same on, the E series is a little bit smaller, but they're also designed to be, heavier to the interior as well. So it's a beefy window, not only on the outside, but on the inside as well. So it's a little bit more stout than the Jeld-Wen sightline there. And here's the sills, very, very similar. Being the A series does have a larger bottom rail, the E series is even larger. And that's so, it doesn't look like a modern window. And so it's more architecturally correct. And same with Jeld-Wen, they're all three, have a nice bottom rail.
Okay.
Does the committee have any questions?
Are you done with your full presentation?
Not quite yet. We can
Okay.
get to questions at the end.
Yeah, we'll do questions in a bit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Just to recap a couple things, as Bob said, the check rail, the A series is very similar, almost the same as the sightline. It's just the E series, the aluminum clad is slightly smaller. And then the bottom sill details, actually in this case, both the A series and E series have a little bit more dimension. 3/16 of an inch for the A series and 1 3/16 of an inch for the E series. So that's made up at the bottom. And then the FiberX material, as Bob mentioned, is a composite and really once it's finished, it looks more similar to wood than any other material in this case that we're looking at. And then from just a durability and warranty standpoint, FiberX is generally more durable, and the warranty is actually the same from the manufacturer side as aluminum clad as well. And so based on those dimensions, the dimension should exceed the historic value of the approved sightline product. And we can revisit as needed in the Q&A. And just to recap again, the A series is really what we want. It's a little bit more energy efficient. It's a little bit, what I'd say, better of a product, and in my mind, a little bit more historically accurate. And then the E series is our secondary option, where we'd use the E series with aluminum clad on the front, and that's the loose window. And then on the back, we'd use a fiberglass window. So with that, we can move into trim and other
Mr.
materials.
Before you move on, you were talking about the mock-ups and the exhibits that you have here. Just for the record, would you be able to identify which one is the A series, if that is exhibit number 1, so the blue, the one with the blue paneling, or if that is exhibit number 2, which is the smaller one, just so that it's clear from the record which one you're talking about?
Yep, the A series is the mock-up with the blue siding around it, which I believe you called exhibit number 1. And then the E series is the loose aluminum clad window, exhibit number 2. Yep. So with that, we have a number of trim and other materials to pass around and take a look at, and we've updated the mock-up to talk about as well. The main mock-up, exhibit number 1, has the deeper trim to achieve the reveal we've talked about. And keep in mind, the details on the plan still dictate the actual size. These are show models that are mocked up, so they're smaller than at least most of our windows on the project. And then, let's see. The top header was mocked up to be a little bit more accurate to the detail in the plans. The only thing I think it doesn't have is the quarter round. But then the bottom sill details we left as is. We'll refer to the plans.
So Ryan, JT is coming to look at the samples to pass around to the commission. Can you explain these samples and which is which?
Yep. So the first, the Corbel is the Xterra material.
That's a fancy looking thing in your, yep. And that's an actual, that was made from Xterra, which is actually a Geldwin corporate product. It was made up in Mooresville from Xterra, and it's a true to form. We took the CAD file from the plans and sent it over, and they routed that with a CNC to be representative of Corbel B from the plans. So that is an actual example. And you can see that the Xterra product, which is the raw material that's made out of, is a wood composite. It's made from wood composite and resin that glues it together.
And for the record, that is being marked as exhibit number 3.
Okay, so exhibit 3 is the Corbel from Xterra. Could we possibly label I'm assuming exhibit 4 as the 3 smaller pieces that are stacked on top of each other? And I'm requesting that they be exhibited together because they're the same material, whereas exhibit 5 is not the same material. Is that permissible?
I don't have any concerns. Does the commission have any concerns with that? As long as it's described.
Great. So exhibit 4 there that's coming around are 3 different sizes of another product that you see on the mock-up here, which is the trim around the window, is all that product, which is made by a company called True Exteriors. And that product is made out of 100% fly ash. So the examples you have in your hand is a 1x8, a 1x10, and a 5/4x12. Those are the different trim profiles that are being used or called out on the plans for the band between the first and second floor, the frieze, the fascia, and so forth. So essentially what we're trying to communicate with that is that they make every profile of a common trim that you would see in a wood lumber yard. They make every profile, and that's what they look like with painted only on one side, and you can see the back and the other side. So that's exhibit 4. Exhibit 5, the last one, is just a piece of non-vented, smooth, hardy soffit. And by the way, the names of these are written on the backs of the pieces by me, just for reference, because I know there's a lot of different trade names being thrown around here. But that's the 16-inch smooth soffit that would be on the second floor, non-vented. What I think is great about all of them is that they, in my opinion, they look like brush painted trim off the shelf from anywhere you can buy trim. But everything that's displayed here on exhibit 1 with this A-series window, all of the siding and trim are the True Exteriors fly ash product.
Yeah, and that even includes the header board that has that routed edge. We were actually able to route that fly ash just like it was wood in this case, which is
the fly ash product routes well. It paints well. The amount of dust that it produces when cutting, as opposed to like the hardy product, is it seems to me half as much dust is produced from cutting it in the field, which from a worker perspective is safer and probably better for the neighborhood as well, with not having all that hardy dust flying through the air, which is silica based, as opposed to fly ash, which is an organic material.
Question?
Sure.
So this is what you're proposing for your soffit material, or does it have grooves in it or beads in it or something? It's just a flat soffit like this.
Yeah, we're proposing just a flat soffit for the main building soffit. I did want to mention the porch ceilings. We actually can get the same true exterior fly ash material that's being passed around in a beadboard pattern. So we were looking for that just for the porch ceilings.
I'll make a slight correction to that about the ceiling. They offer it in a tongue and groove 1x6 V groove on the edge and a bead running through the middle. So we can do a beaded product that looks just like Exhibit 4, but instead a tongue and groove V groove product.
All right.
Yeah, and that's really all we had for the presentation portion. We can open it up to Q&A, but like Dom said, the all of the trim now has been changed from the hardy on the mock-up to now it is this month the true exterior fly ash that we've been hoping to use with the siding.
All right. And yes, commissioners, if you want to take a look at the windows, please be sure to do that.
I'm sorry, I forgot to mention, just keep in mind as the samples are being passed around, there definitely samples where they've been dropped before and some chips have fallen off. That's not how it would be once it's constructed. I believe they've been generally either pre-primed or primed and painted once, but it wouldn't be the same kind of necessarily sanding and painting and finishing. But actually they all turn out pretty well. You can see the brush strokes even on the hardy one.
All right. Anything else?
I think that's it.
Hey,
There are no online callers. Thank you.
okay, thank you. Commissioners, questions for the applicant?
Mr. Barrett, is the sample to my right that has the beadboard, is that the sample that the same one we saw in July?
So it's been modified. The trim has been changed. It's much deeper, so we have that reveal around the window. And it is the true exterior fly ash trim. Before we had some hardy on there, because I know some commissioners wanted to see that, but we are proposing the true exterior fly ash trim.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Staff has a question, just a clarifying question about the windows. So the A series is the Fibrex composite window. It's not cladded in any way. It's the Fibrex window, like the Anderson renewal is just a different line, but it's no.
I would recommend Bob Franco speak on that.
Yeah, it's not, it doesn't have any cladding per se. There's no material that's adhered in any way to wood. It's the material itself is Fibrex. So technically it's not a clad window, whereas the E-Series would be.
Okay, thank you.
So were you just calling out that the description on the bottom that says wood protected by fiberglass? and-
Yeah, yes, I just wanted clarity on whether or not, so this is the Fibrex composite window
Gotcha.
that's not
Mm.
cladded in anything.
Correct, to the exterior. Now, the interior is wood, depending on what species of wood that you order.
Okay.
That's evident in
I
the
think
sample.
that's what
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out. Thank you. So Anderson, just if the commission will allow me.
Yes.
Another
absolutely.
clarifying question. A completely different window, the Fibrex window, is there a window that's all Fibrex, interior and exterior? It's just like one window?
We do have that product, yes. That's our 100 series.
Okay, so that's a different line. Okay, that's what I wanted to, thank you.
Are we in Q&A?
Q&A with the applicant.
Okay.
Yep.
I have a few questions. First for staff or Candace. Remind me, we have not previously approved an E-Series by Anderson.
At this point, there is no Anderson windows that we've approved.
And can you elaborate on why?
Well, it was an alternative material. I don't think they have an all wood window, at least that to my knowledge. And then the aluminum clad window, which is the E-Series, which is the green window here. I don't think we've ever been really introduced to that window, so.
So we've approved aluminum clad windows on other, with other manufacturers in the past.
Correct.
And typically with a double hung, it's for the sight lines and the thicker bottom sash rail.
Correct.
Okay. All right, and then this is a question for the applicants. So the soffit material, I'm nervous we're going too synthetic here, too plain Jane. Would you be open to, typically under eaves and for soffits, we might see like a beadboard or a V-groove configuration rather than the flat paneling. Would you be open to doing that on your soffits instead of the flat paneling?
On that one, I'm not sure if I want to speak for my wife yet because we've never even considered or looked at that. So far, everything we've looked at, we thought the just plain panel would look best, but I can tell you we'd definitely take a look and consider it. I'm a little worried maybe that'll make it look a little too busy, but you could be right.
Okay.
And I did just want to add from past meetings, the E-Series, I know you guys haven't approved because nobody's brought in a sample. So since that one was aluminum clad, we brought in the sample. That's our second option if we need it.
Okay.
Other questions for the applicant?
Can you explain the window? So explain this spreadsheet. So window structure A, series 5 bricks, gel one, blah, 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 HCC approved. Option 1, 5 bricks, Anderson A series. Window structure E series front. And then you go gel one sightline clad window, aluminum clad, E series on front elevation, side bricks on side, and rear elevations. So are you proposing that they're different windows? How am I supposed to read this?
Yeah, we tried to, just to avoid confusion, have a row for each option. So really, even though it's titled option 1, the window structure A series 5 bricks is what we want to go with. And then if for some reason that can't be approved, our secondary option is the E series on the front elevations and fiberglass windows on the back elevations.
So the Commissioner Taylor, the far left column, those are decisions or questions to be answered. This next one, HTC approved, is what we would normally approve, and they're asking us for these different options in lieu of the HTC approved. So for example, the last line, windows, E-Series fiberglass, we would approve the gel one sightline or have in the past. They're requesting either the E-Series or the A-Series Anderson as a replacement, as an alternative. That makes sense?
Yeah, I think so.
Do you have a sample of this fiberglass window?
It's
Of which window?
Well, it's saying aluminum clad on the front elevations, fiberglass on side and rear.
I think it's these two windows. So I think the request, well, the applicants can tell you, but I think that option 1 is the whole structure with the A series.
Right.
Or option 2 is a combination of both of these windows that are in the room.
So there's no option 3 where it's aluminum clad
On the whole.
windows everywhere.
No,
But that's not.
that's not the request.
That's a composite, but,
This says fiberglass window on here.
Yeah,
So-
so, we hadn't been asked to bring in a sample of the fiberglass window, and that's really kind of a secondary option. It was just based on the HDC standard in doors and windows of, allowing fiberglass on the rear elevations, I believe. So today, we don't have a sample of the fiberglass if that's an issue.
I think I just confused myself. So the E series is not, it's the title says wood protected by aluminum exterior. That's not true. Or
So
is that true?
E-Series is aluminum clad, and that is true.
And that's exhibit 2 on your left.
Yeah. And then the A-Series is Fibrex.
No, I'm asking about the E series.
Yep.
So the E series is also a composite window?
No, it's just aluminum clad.
Just aluminum clad? Okay,
Right.
okay. All right.
And I know in the last meeting, there were certain things you wanted to hear from the window experts on. Maybe we answered that with the dimensions, but is there anything in particular from the commission?
So the E-Series and the Gentleman, they're the same, but the shadow lines and sills are different.
I would say they're very similar in their makeup. They're both extruded aluminum, basically the same aluminum thickness on the exterior, and of course, the interior is wood. There's some design differences to the exterior, and how the locks engage. But as far as material goes, they're very similar.
So Bob, help educate me, please. Because they are from the same family, why is it that the shadow lines, the sills, why is there, in my opinion, such a difference?
Between the A series and the E series,
No, between the E-Series and the Gentleman.
I can't speak for Jeld-Wen. I can tell you that when you use aluminum in a window, the farther that you bring the sash into the interior, the worse it performs. And so you got that going on. You have to balance, the performance of the window and the looks of the window.
Sure, and our purview is about the look of it, right? So
Correct.
So we're just, again, help educate me. The E-Series and the Gentleman are made, they both say wood protected by aluminum exterior. So they're both that. However, the profiles are different.
Right. It's just two different manufacturers, two different designs. I don't know how to explain it better than that. They're two different designs.
Commissioner Parati, I think what you're hinting at is the
Yes.
reason that we haven't approved this window in the past.
Yeah, agreed. And so I was trying to give them a chance to explain it, but yeah, thank you.
I have a question for the applicant. The fiberglass window that you're talking about that's not in the room today, did you bring that window in the room in the past?
No, we hadn't asked to bring a sample of that one specifically, so we hadn't planned on it.
I thought we saw a window that we did not like.
I think we saw one like this, but we wanted to see how it looked put
With the
together.
trim. Okay.
Mhm.
Candace, okay, so looking at these three windows, and not to hate on Anderson, because I think they make a fun product, but aesthetically, I think what I struggle with the Anderson product, and I think what we've always probably struggled with, is that when you look at the frame of the window on I'm not even gonna look at the A series. For me, I mean, they look the same, the A and the E, but the E series, there's so much frame there and there's like two shadow lines. It almost looks like a replacement window.
Mhm.
And I think that's probably what throws us off on approving that product or has in the past, is because it doesn't look like a window that's been there and that's been in place, which is what we strive for.
Right.
Does this line up with the history of how we approve windows?
Yes. I think that that's why these two of the Anderson have not been approved. The 100 series, though, the full Vibrex window, I think is the one that the commission was close to as a replacement window or not for new construction, basically.
Uh-huh. I mean, the sash dimensions per the testimony from the reps,
Mhm.
window reps, I mean, it has the taller bottom rail. And everything seems good there. It's the frame of the window that's throwing me off.
Correct. Yeah, no, I mean, I think that we would prefer that taller. I mean,
Yes.
when we spec Geldwin, we ask for the 3.5-inch bottom rail.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So I don't know, the question to the applicant or the window reps that are here on the phone is does Anderson have a product that doesn't have this window frame profile that I think is kind of making us hesitant and improving this as an alternate? Because I mean, the lines of the frame just look much more, to me, as an architect, look much more modern, almost look like a replacement window unit, how it has like the stepping in and it's kind of really hefty there. So is there another Anderson line where that is different or that we can look at?
We don't have another alternative. That frame, the frame thicknesses are the same. I mean, and you're right, it does step down, and that's to simulate, an exterior trim, so you don't have to use one. Because if you bricked up to the Geldwin window, you'd have a very skinny frame, and it's not going to look without trim on there, without some sort of 1x4 or even brick mold. It's not going to look right. That would look like a vinyl window if you bricked up to that or put siding directly up to it without any sort of trim around the window. Whereas the Anderson products look like they already have a brick mold on there, so you don't have to necessarily use a trim around it.
Well, explain to me this picture we have on the screen here for the E series. How is that different from what we have here in the room? Is there like a brick mold trim piece that's on there? And is there one in the room here, and does that come with the window or can it be taken off?
That's the double hung profile. The one that's on the screen, to be honest with you, I can't tell. I mean, it's small on my screen. Let me see if I can get it bigger here.
I think what I'm trying to get at is like, the brick mold trim and all that sort of stuff is well and fine if you have brick, but we're, putting this on sided houses and things like that where we don't want a thin trim profile. We want, a piece of flat stock that's frankly wider. So that would butt into the side of the clad window frame. Am I making sense here?
Yeah, you are. That makes sense. I mean, so you're going to have a nail fin, right? That's going to be an addition to the frame there, and then you would butt your siding right, install the window and butt your siding right up to it, or you could wrap it with bullnose sill with wide casing, something like that. And we offer all those accessories on the aluminum clad. As well as the A series, we have trim accessories too for both of these windows, and lots of different extrusions to replicate vintage architecture, whether that be commercial or residential.
And Bob, I think in some of our past conversations, you said these windows have a exterior screen holder. Is there any option to order the windows without that? I can't remember.
So that's built in. It's the blind stop, the screen sets into the blind stop. That's part of the extrusion on the frame. And so you can really see where it goes, and that, that screen would fit in that second step down.
Yeah, so it was a blind stop I was thinking of. Thank you. Okay.
All right.
I have a question.
Okay.
I don't know if you stated this, but is there a reason that you did not? Why did you look for an alternate to the Geldwin sightline? What is it? What do you?
The main reason was trying to find an energy efficient product, and that's really what started it. And then with that, trying to consider durability and cost.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation?
One more. The detail you showed with the fence. Will you just refresh my mind on this, on what the function of that is?
It's
flat
dividing the trash area. So when we lift the trash can lid on the left, we don't have a lot of trash that flies into the mechanical units and in the fans on the right.
It's going in this area right here. It's like screening for.
Okay. I guess the reason I was confused is the drawing just looks like just one thin board. So maybe it's just the way it's drawn or shown there.
Yeah, we'd update the drawings after a decision. Really, the markup is what we're proposing. So I'm proposing essentially a thick flat board rather than a small thin board with a post around it.
Okay, thank you.
At 7 feet tall, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, well.
All right. Other questions before we close for deliberation? All right, we are now closed.
Let's start with the fence that is not considered to be a fence, right? Because on slide number 9, instead of going to our fence section, which says that you can't go up to 7 feet tall, they have said that according to 6.18 number 4, they should be able to do something other than wood. My challenge is that I don't see how 6.18 number 4 applies to this. If someone else sees it, I'd like to know what I'm missing.
Kind of an architectural element rather than a fence per se. The only issue I have with it, if it's just a flat board of this exterior whatever product, it looks more like a toilet partition to me. Nobody's gonna be able to unsee that now. But I think if this is an architectural element, you need the column. It needs to be trimmed out like with a cap and some sort of top condition.
I would caution the commission on considering that an architectural element. We don't consider gutters or anything of that nature. It's screening. We would typically use fencing as screening, even standard, like when we do HVAC. I would just.
Yeah, thanks for saying that. I
Yeah.
felt like that was a stretch.
Well, if that's the case, then it just needs to look like a fence and it needs to have those features: a
Yeah.
post,
Mhm.
an end post, and a cap and trim pieces.
Correct. And then the height is up to the commission. I mean, typically fencing is 6 feet, but if you want to make a consideration, you can do that.
And if it's comes down to the height, I mean, what's a foot difference going to make if you're trying to prevent debris from getting into HDC, which I think is a stretch to begin with, but
Yeah, I don't know, Commissioner Barth. I mean, again, anytime we're making an exception, I think that we have to justify it. And I don't think that the justification of, you know, protecting mechanics from debris is going to do it. Not for me. It's a fence.
Okay.
So just to be clear, the applicant can have that screening just at the typical fence height, looking like a typical fence. Okay, thank you.
That's what it's sounding like. All right. And then moving to you got us going. Windows, do you want to go to the window options?
Yeah, I hate to be the fly in the ointment, but not so much that I won't be. The profiles look drastically different than what we have approved in the past. Excuse me, they look quite different than what we've approved in the past. And so I'm glad that we have this mock-up here. Seeing now what I have seen, I would not be in favor of allowing this, because once we allow it, then it's in.
I agree.
Okay. And then the trim details.
I have a thought here. 6.18, number 4. While wood is the first use for elements such as trim, porch elements, and other decorative features, such substitute materials may be considered for trim details on new construction. I think of Brett Strum and some of these elements up high, like the cornices and eaves and those sort of things. The corbels, being up that high, I don't think you're going to tell. The soffits and that sort of trim, same thing. I am not happy with, as I mentioned in the Q&A, the flat soffit material. I'd rather see a beadboard or a V-groove configuration. Historically, those would be made of boards or some sort of detailed panel. So if they're open to that, I would prefer it, or we would prefer it, I think, unless they can provide a historic example of a flat panel soffit, which I don't know of one. So
just to follow up on that, Commissioner Barth, I'm in full agreement that if it's not something that, according to Brett Sturm, that we're interacting with, that the public is interacting with on a day-to-day basis, it's higher up, then we can be a little more flexible. What about, so you're talking about the corbels, and are we talking about window trim too, or? Because at that point,
because this is new construction, I mean, we can see the example here. I mean, it's pretty hard to tell, in my opinion, that that's not wood in a painted, being painted like that. I don't know if I'm okay with the head detail of that. I think
We already approved the siding, and
we did.
It's composite, so it's fly ash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I would be okay with the trim in any of these situations, any of these, for this house.
the one thing I'm not convinced on is like boxed out columns and things where we're going to see end grain. I don't know how that's going to look. We haven't seen that mocked up.
So I think their columns are wood, if I read that right, those stone columns. So it's all composite except for the guardrail, the balusters, and unless I read that wrong.
No, it's not. The columns are not included. Yeah. the crown molding, base cap molding. They're asking for brackets. They're asking for alternative materials. Soffit panels, yes. Beadboard, yes. Not columns.
I'm with Commissioner that, and Whitlock, that when you walk up, when I walk up as one commissioner and I'm engaged, you're not really engaged, but you're up close and personal with a column, and you have end grain or it's a mitered column or something, it feels different as a composite material than if it is a siding or a trim on the house. That's for whatever reason that is, I'm not sure, but
Well, that's what
I
Brett
can always
Sturm,
tell the difference.
Brett Sturm would agree with you too. That's one of the things he said was if you're interacting with it on a up close and personal, then you have less flexibility than if you're not.
All right. Other comments? So do we have anyone willing to float a motion based on the conversation we've had on these three?
I have
Points?
one more question.
Sure.
So the sill nosing, that's just 5/4 board on there, and this may have been already passed, but typically wouldn't that be a thicker historical sill nose? Anyone?
I think it could
Bill
go.
or-
It could be, but I don't think it's like, has to be.
Because
I think
it's
you
new
could-
construction, we're not matching.
I think you would find an historic sill 5/4.
Hey, Scott, she can't hear you. You need to.
I think you would potentially find a historic sill at 5/4. Is that, can we ask them if that is 5/4?
We can reopen. We're now open.
Is that what that is? Is that 5/4 on the sill for that mock-up?
It is, but I'll emphasize that really what's in question is, are we allowed to use these materials? And I can make that as thick or as thin as you want it. We'll do whatever y'all want as far as design. Our only concern is, will you let us use true exteriors fly ash material for it? But yes, that's a 5/4 thick board, which is part of exhibit for this board here.
And if the dimensions aren't already in your standards, we can work with staff, make sure the sill nosing meets expectations. And
Okay.
uh,
All right.
one thing I did want to mention, I just started looking around the neighborhood for context. And so far out of 5 houses, I'm seeing 2 with flat soffit and then 1 with beadboard soffit. So, I mean, we'll take a look at it either way, but just on our same block, there are a couple context examples.
All right. We'll reclose for deliberation. Okay, let's go back to, so did we have anyone that was willing to float a motion based on the discussion? So it sounds like, as far as the windows are concerned, there is concern with the shadow lines and whatever else, the profile of the option 1 proposed window. And so it doesn't seem like we're comfortable with that. And we would want to stick with the historic window options that we've approved in the past, which is already approved on this application, if I'm not mistaken. And then for the trim, it sounds as if we are comfortable with the fly ash material being utilized, and there's an example and samples that have been passed around. And then as far as the trash screening, we would want to treat that as a fence, so using 8.6. And we would want that partition to resemble the features of a fence. Okay?
Yep.
Commissioner. Yep.
Question, I don't see it on our continuation, but they've included trench drain final layout.
That's actually a staff approvable item
Okay,
and it's
thank
right
you.
here.
Perfect.
Thank you.
So would this, Candace, would this be a two-part motion?
Could be.
Okay.
Yeah, it could be 2 or 3 depending on how you're looking at it.
I'll float one if we're good. Okay. Anyway,
It's-
uh,
I'm sorry,
Hmm?
before you start, just make sure that you capture everything on the chart and then also locations if you're splitting things up between like first floor level and second floor level.
gotcha.
Thank you.
Would like to approve the following items with conditions. The trash screening fence, is approved provided that they adjust that detail in keeping with our fence guidelines and work with staff for that to only be 6 foot high and to have caps and trim pieces along with the post as requested.
This is 8.6.
8.6, we are approving the alternative material for trim around the windows, flat trim around the windows, corner boards, frieze, fascia, band trim, cornices, for items up in the roof plane and dealing with the soffits and eaves, as well as the windows and doors. I would like to say that does not include boxed out beams and columns, although I don't think we have any. What would that be? Material
6.18.
6.18.
Number 4.
Number 4, soffit panels would request that the applicant only deal with a beadboard or V-groove configuration, not flat panel, unless additional images are provided at a later date. Brackets, corbels may also be the alternate material, and we're approving this because they are up and out of the pedestrian space and not easily visible up close. Windows, or anyway, that's it for my approvals motion.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Barth, seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Votes to approve part 1
With conditions.
with conditions passes 8-0.
Part 2 would like to deny the alternate window specifications as it does not meet our general guidelines for windows on new construction as it relates to historic precedents.
Second.
And that would be, thank you, that would be guideline 6.15 through 16.
Second.
Commissioner Barth, do you mean to include both under window structure A series and window structure E series?
That's correct.
And then additionally, could you add facts from your discussion that are supportive of your motion?
We are making this decision because we do not believe that the frame reveal as well as shadow lines marry up with our historical samples.
And do you have examples, or could you add examples of the historical materials that are approvable per the standards? Or whatever the standard, the sections of the standards that you've mentioned include?
Would.
Of the guidelines or?
Yes.
Okay. We are looking at 6.15 Number 1, 2, 3. 4. And I'll go ahead and include 6.16 as well.
Thank you.
Motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by Commissioner Parati. Any further discussion on the motion?
Second.
All right, so part 2, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to deny part 2 passes 8-0. Thank you, gentlemen. Let the record show that Commissioner Barth is leaving the meeting.
Chairperson Hawkins, just prior to the applicant leaving and just for purpose of clarification, was the motion under part 1 including the beadboard porch ceilings as well as the crown molding and base cap molding?
It didn't, did it include the beadboard?
Yeah,
He said V-groove.
He said beadboard or V-groove soffit.
Yes, it did.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
And I think he specifically said unless evidence and, they represented or
Okay,
At a later date.
at a
Yep.
later date, yes.
thank you.
Mhm. All right. Are we gonna,
Are we able to stick around for a couple more cases?
please say yes? You guys stick around, just,
I will.
can you guys stick around for a couple more cases?
A couple.
You gotta leave now?
No, but
Should be at 7 right now. We will. We need 5.
due to time constraints and an issue with quorum, we're going to have to end the meeting at this time. Cases 8 through 14 will be heard at the beginning of the October meeting. If we can get the minutes done before we leave tonight, that would be great.
I've reviewed the minutes for July and August, so I'm happy to make a motion that we approve both the July and the August meeting minutes.
I just need to note one discrepancy on August that had listed me as voting on one of the cases, but I was not here. That's on page 10 of the August.
Page 10 of which minutes? I'm sorry.
August.
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 Let's see, what number is it? It was 2023-01121, 1218 East Boulevard.
Okay, we will make that correction. Thank you.
Called it in.
All right, we have a motion to approve with corrections the July and August meeting minutes. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded.
Say it. Say it again.
Second.
Seconded. Any discussion? Let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, Commissioner Parati.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor, Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve the minutes from July and August pass 7-0.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, we have reached the end of the agenda. Is there any further business to discuss? The meeting is adjourned at 6:56 p.m. Thank you, everyone.